Session is going to talk about technology and management. May I please call Mr. Shyam Prabhu on the dais. Mr. Shyam Prabhu has more than 3 decades of experience in fragrance and flavor industry. He is postgraduate in science from Mumbai University and has worked with professionally managed multinationals like Unilever, Glaxo, Ideal Chemicals. He has also worked with Kiva Group and continues to be associated with them. He has been always part of FAFAI and EOI in various capacities. Mr. Shyam Prabhu, please could you introduce our speakers? Please give him a big hands.
Thank you, Sachin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday must have been really great evening. The fact that we had a good music, good dance and good dinner and seems to be good sleep too. Yeah. I was told that there is no technology to get a sound sleep, but you can manage your sleep, and that's the way it works. Before our distinguished speaker can start, I have a few points mainly to trigger thoughts on the basic concept of technology and management. Telephone is definitely a lifeline, used to be a lifeline for every one of us. It took telephone 75 years, 75 long years to reach user number of 50 million customers. But internet could reach this 50 million users number in just 3 years. That is how the technology is working. We are many times harassed by or sometimes very happy with the technology. That's what some people say the parts system that you can hit with a hammer, they are called as the hardware. And those programs which you can only curse or go on cursing are called as software. And I have also learned one thing, never ever tell your computer or let your no computer that you are in a hurry. The mess may come in. Technology is something like ever-changing. It is like a fish. The longer it stays on the shelf, the less desirable it becomes. Like what exactly this, like Alice in Wonderland, you stop and you go back. Technology and management, some people say it goes hand in hand. Some people also say it goes hand in gloves. That's why technology is managed by the 2 types of people. those who understand what they do not manage, and those who manage what they do not understand. John Keenan, the president of Atari, the gaming person, is supposed to be or known to be a visionary. And who is the person? He is the person who grabbed every opportunity he get. And he really could know something, very great opportunity. But even the John Keenan, the president of Atari way back in 1976, could not really find or guess the potential of the personal computer which Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak developed and wanted to sell the copyright to him. That's what exactly his reaction when Steve Jobs came to sell off his personal computer. Get, to get your feet off the desk, get out of here, you stink, and we are not going to buy a product. All said and done, let us look at the Lou Gerstner of CEO of IBM, what he said about computers. He says computers are magnificent tool for the realization of the dreams, but no machine can replace the human spark of spirit, compassion, love, and of course understanding. In our industry, the technology also has come in big way in the form of GCMS and high-speed compounding machines. With these thoughts, I would like to invite Mr. Hansdeep Singh Bindra, Director Processware, as the first speaker. Hansdeep, can you come on the stage? I also invite Mr. Sunil Nair, second speaker, to come on the dais. Mr. Hansdeep Bindra, New York-based technology entrepreneur, brings over 25 years of experience and leadership in conceptualizing, designing, and developing entrepreneur software solutions for process manufacturers and distributors, including Fortune 100 companies in diversified areas like fragrance and flavor, aroma chemicals, plastic and pipes and paints. Since 2002, Hansdeep has worked with the flavor and fragrance and aroma chemical industry executives to increase productivity and profits through a unique combination of software and services. His technology expertise combined with extensive hands and knowledge on F&F business process has enabled him to provide innovative solutions towards successfully implementing turnkey software with the companies. Hansdeep has consulted many F&F corporations and SME to bring about a solid distribution focus and manufacturing focused business management. Hansdeep received his master's in information systems from Seton Hall University in South Orange, New Jersey, and bachelor's in economics and business with honors and bachelor's in computer science from Lafayette College in Easton, Pennsylvania. Hansdeep, please come.
Hello everyone, and Sat Sri Akal. So I'm giving a presentation today called Bringing the Future into the Present, sharing stories of customers from across the globe. I'm going to start with a couple of customers in the United States, fly our way to Turkey, and actually end up in Kochi, or an hour from here actually. And then share a few small other tidbits on how technology has empowered these companies to beat their competitors, to be better citizens in the global world, and to also work their flavor and fragrance magic to their advantage. Just a little background, I know I've been introduced, but I didn't know how the process would work. Normally, I usually give a little background on myself. I've been in the US for over 30 years now, based out of New York, 25 years of technology and speaking at conferences, etc. Unical, I helped build a system for their lubricants business. Their entire 76 lubricants business ran for years on something that I had built, same at International Paper. In terms of more technical stuff, a white paper which NASDAQ listed Progress Software asked me to write for them. I worked with customers, and our team has worked with customers across the globe, from Malaysia, Philippines, several countries in Europe, a lot of time in the US, obviously, to customers in India also. So what my experience with the flavor and fragrance industry over the years had me do was we were consulting, doing projects, talking to people, making little things here and there, was why don't we build an entire product that would run a fragrance and a flavor manufacturing or a distribution, or as in India people say, traders, from start to end. And that product was Processor ERP, which came out in 2002. And the same product has been available in India for almost 13 years now. Most recently, I've been working a lot with perfumers and flavorists in the US with a lot of background. They've been trained mainly in Europe, as most perfumers are, coming up with a system that enables them and empowers them to have a complete workflow management solution, including formula management, project management, and full R&D. And that product was launched earlier this last year in 2018, and that's called Creative Control Panel. So having given you a little background about where I come from in terms of technology and how it marries into the fragrance and flavor industry, we can now go and look at what challenges we have seen people face. A lot of these challenges I'm going to talk about, since this conference is in India. I know there's a global audience, but the conference is unique to the Indian small and medium enterprise market. The first one is what I call Aisa Hi Chalta Hai, which for the non-Hindi speakers would translate exactly into organizational inertia. We as human beings are always hesitant to change. Technology is all about change. If you were to replace the word technology, just use the word change, because that's what technology does. 9 out of 10 companies I've worked with in India have this notion that this is how we've been doing things, this is how it's been working for years, for generations, and it must be right. Sure, it was right, but back in those days, you might have been just the only company out there, or you're competing with another person down the road from you. Maybe that became the person in another city. Today's day and age, you're competing with the rest of the world. If you're going to think like you thought 50 years back or 25 years back, people in countries or cities you've probably never heard of before in the fragrance and flavor industry are already thinking 10 years ahead of you now. So that's what I call organizational inertia. That's another challenge that one needs to overcome. Another big one is software, which runs a business. Whether you're using a spreadsheet, or you're using Access, or you're using a full-scale system, or somewhere in between, is always seen as an expense. It's not. It's your biggest asset. It's what enables you to spend less time number crunching and going through all the mundane tasks of, oh, I need to print this out, I need to do that. The software does all that for you. You'd be spending more time interacting with your customers, interacting with your suppliers, working on those formulas, coming up with the next thing that you need within the fragrance and flavor market. Not worried about, is the left side matching the right side on my accounts? Are my formulas safe? Somebody calls you up and says, hey, you know, you worked on this project for me 2 years back. Can you bring up that same formula, make some tweaks? You'll be like, where is it? Software is not an expense, it's an asset. When that mindset changes, one of the goals will be achieved. Another one I often hear is an end-to-end system is very expensive compared to the famous tally. I put tally in quotes not because it's a product. I put tally in quotes because to me, it's a mindset. We're talking about technology and we're talking about management of companies. The mindset has to go beyond that. Sorry. This example always changes depending on which part of the world I'm speaking. Here I figured people have heard of Jaguar, and it's actually an Indian-owned company now, so we should be proud of that. And if nothing against Kia, but let's say you buy a second-hand car, it does the job. It'll take you from point A to point B. It's reliable, it'll do it. You buy a state-of-the-art car. Why do you spend money on that? Why do people go, I'm not going into show-offing their wealth and stuff, but why would someone go spend money on something which is state-of-the-art? It's because you get features and you get value out of it. You get safety features in a state-of-the-art car where if you're changing lanes, you'll have red lights and blinkers turning on saying you can't. There's a car coming, is 50 feet behind you. You're driving too fast, it'll go and it'll make you stop. The brakes will automatically start pumping themselves. That's what a state-of-the-art system does. As opposed to saying, oh, I have a generic system, the mindset, I have these spreadsheets, that's how it's been working. But what if you think beyond that? What if you start looking into how can I enhance my business to make it move forward? The last and the most interesting one out of the challenges which I see in this marketplace is the word cloud. Everybody wants the cloud. Everybody wants to be on the cloud, yet they want everything to be secure. The number one thing I hear about is security of formulas. I've worked with customers here who actually have fingerprint readers to even enter the room where they enter the formulas on a computer. It's a total opposite market in the United States. Nobody cares about how many levels of securities you need on a formula. Here they do. But yet everyone, the first thing you go and talk to someone is does it work on the cloud? I need a cloud-based solution. Well, the cloud means it's somewhere out there. It's not even within your four walls. So what do you really want? So the mindset of the people, again, they want something which they hear of, but don't know the consequences of it. So some of the goals I hope to achieve through today's conversation, because I'd love to have a Q&A, and if people have questions, that'll be great, is to get over that mindset, to get over that process of these are the challenges which I shared with you, and to see how you can empower your company's strategic business plan using technology. First of all, you should have a plan, which I assume most people do, and how do you achieve that using technology and with the examples I share from different companies and how they have done so. Because if they can do it, it's not that hard to do for everyone else. Meet future requirements. My topic is bringing the future into today. Don't wait for the future, because by the time you reach the next level is already moved steps ahead of you. A long-term vision. This goes back to one of the challenges I had in the last slide, which was the tally mentality or the organizational inertia. Aisa hi chalta hai. If you have a long-term vision, you will see technology, you will see software, you will see hardware like high accuracy dispensing systems, stuff like that, as an asset. You will see that as something that will help you and not something short-term, oh, I spent X number of dollars, X number of rupees on it, so it's an expense. That defeats the long-term vision perspective. Everybody in this room who's sold a fragrance, sold a flavor, made one of them, or deals in aroma chemicals, knows this very well. This market is always changing. Something that cost 100 rupees a kilo might cost 1,000 rupees a kilo next month, or might cost 2 rupees a kilo the month after. This market is always changing. And this market has evolved over the years with regulations and other stuff varied, which varies from country to country. Regulations that people are supposed to follow and they don't. So it's a very rapidly growing market, very rapidly changing market, and you have to keep up with it. Regulatory is another one. It keeps changing. If you're going to have someone manually figure out which regulation do you need to make sure is on your documents to ship to a different country or to import from another country into yours, you're going to be spending half a day, 2 days figuring that out. What if you had software that already did that for you? You're just making decisions whether you want to buy it or not based on the pricing and other factors. So the ultimate goal is change the short-term thinking, that mindset, that closed mindset which says things like, what is this? Why do I need it? What do I do with it? These are the questions, these are the issues which from my worldwide travels and from dealing with customers across the globe, I find the most in the environment, in the Indian flavor and fragrance market. People need to expand the horizon and see how they can get empowered more by technology. That leads me to a wish list. The first one on this list is, what if I could reference new customer briefs against your product portfolio in under a minute? Have you ever thought of that? You have a list of all these products that you've made over the years. Someone comes in and says, hey, I'm looking for a certain vanilla flavor, or I'm looking for a certain fragrance. And you're now looking, wow, I know I did that. I have that somewhere. And you spend half hour, an hour, a day, half a day trying to figure it out. Or sometimes you even forgot where you had it, so you're going to start from scratch again and make a whole new formula. If you had the right tools at your fingertips, it would take less than a minute to do that. And even see how many variations of that you had with you. What if you could lower your costs of production? Because your customer specifications are actually tied with the formulas. If I'm selling to customer A, their requirements and the quality control requirements might be a list from 1 to 5. I'm selling to customer B, their requirements could be totally different for the exact same product. Maybe 1 to 3 are same, and then they have a list of another 15 requirements satisfied, from packaging to the color of the ingredient to whatever else. But if that was tied into your formula, you're actually making it exactly to their needs. You're not looking around now tweaking and tweaking and tweaking or retweaking a formula to get the right sample and then ultimately right production batch out to them. Saves you time. Saves you costs. I remember when and this will be a few slides later too with a client I work with. When they implemented a full ERP system, they realized there were products they were buying from overseas, they were selling at a loss. They'd never known that for the last 15 years. And there were some products they were buying, which they thought they were making a loss, they were actually making a profit. It all leads to one thing called landed costs. People are always tracking costs, like what's the actual cost of a product? What's the replacement cost of a product? What is the standard cost, average cost? The industry today is way beyond that. Everyone who's successful here is working off a landed cost. The cost of importing a product into your country, if there's no duties, no freight forwarder fees, etc., great. But 9 out of 10 times there is something. And there's more of that happening, at least in the country that I come from, the United States. Lots of tariffs, lots of duties, all that stuff is happening. If that is built into your cost, something that cost you 100 rupees a kilo is actually costing you 125 once you put in the duties, you put in the cost of getting it shipped from the container, port to your factory. If everything is built in, you have the exact cost. You're not running your formula of 100, you're running it off 125. So you know you have to put that other extra margin on it so you can make the sale at a profit. Another one is inventory tracking. You might have multiple locations. You might have a big warehouse with multiple setups within them in terms of bins and areas. How real time is your inventory? When you look at your computer screen, if you have one, or your spreadsheet, are you keeping it up to date? Or is inventory always up to date because it's barcoded, it's scanned, or you have computers back in the warehouse where people are punching in the numbers as things move. You're looking for that drum of a certain aroma chemical, and it's sitting on the left side of the warehouse, and you have a big warehouse, but it's actually, you're looking on the right side of it. As simple as that. If you're tracking your locations, your lot, a certain lot of a product you're working with from a certain vendor of yours, supplier of yours, how real time is that? That's another what if. What if it was all real, in real time? What if you could win more new business through teamwork? That's another question that I hear often. I wish I could have my entire team work better with each other. Workflow management, project management. You get in a new project from a prospect and you have a couple of perfumers working on it and you need someone to evaluate the project. Are they all on the same wavelength? That leads right into the next one. Have you met your deadlines? In fact, yesterday I was speaking with one of your colleagues out, at dinner time, and an interesting topic came up was like, I get a lot of projects. I get maybe 100 projects a month. Some of them take, I estimate it'll take 7-8 days to do. It's not worth my time. Some I know in 2 days or in a day I can come up with, the 5 or 6 formulas I need and ship out the samples. So how are you meeting your deadlines? He's like, it's my estimate, it's my, I guess it. And if I'm out of the office, that probably never gets done. What if your software did that for you? You put in the projects, you know which raw materials are needed, you know what your lead times are, or you know how difficult those formulas will be. It'll get done. That's technology to the rescue. What if you increase your productivity by creating fragrances and flavors using a robust formula manager? I believe there's not one company I worked with where formulas always used to be in a spreadsheet. So what if that spreadsheet got deleted or it got lost somewhere, or you're just looking at one spreadsheet with one formula? What if you could look at 6, 7, 8 formulas side by side and now start comparing it and tweaking your raw materials, your ingredients that go into that? Real time. Just click, 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 it's done. Imagine the productivity increase. You're not wasting time looking for stuff half the day. You're just busy getting your work done and out. The first one I'm going to talk about is a company named Excellencia. They're headquartered in New Jersey. It does business in 40 countries. And this is a quote from talking with them. What are the steps we need to take now to ensure that we are poised for success tomorrow? When they were looking for a system, that was the first question that came up. If they could get a satisfactory answer to that question, they knew they were on the right track. They came with over 100 years, the top management team of F&F industry expertise and experience. Tom Bucco, the president, actually shared that quote with me. They were in a growth mode. They needed a turnkey solution with features which would meet the needs of today's flavor and fragrance company. They're a manufacturer, whereas also giving them the ability to adapt to the challenges and opportunities that face tomorrow. So it's not just a technology question. It's a question of managing the company. It goes back to the goals and the challenges I spoke about earlier. It's about long-term vision. It's about what's important to the company and how technology will help you reach that goal. The end result was they went for something that was agile. streamlined, and it optimized their operations. Something that could adapt fast, quick. Things change, technology changes with it. Sometimes the technology changes ahead of the change because some new regulations coming, the software already has it in it. They don't need to worry that they need to have an a GHS compliant label when GH compliance labels came into force a few years back, or the format of an SDS changed over time, or some new export document was needed. That their software already had that in it. They were not behind the times. In fact, the software, the technology was ahead of the time. That gives agility. Streamlined. It made the workflow process from start to end, from that when the material came in to when the material got transformed into the new formula, fragrance, or flavor system, and went right out. Full tracking, streamlined. And what does that lead to? Optimized operations. Technology has been a critical piece to implementing our business strategy. So this is the quote I was actually, which links both of them together. A plan can only become a reality when you have the right people and the right tools. I'm sure most companies have the right people because they've built that, or that's how the company is built, with the right people, the right thought processes, people who work with each other around it. But you also need the tools, and that tool, that plug, that tool is the technology piece. It could be anything. For a small, really small company, that technology piece could be a spreadsheet. But you need to use that as opposed to writing it down in a book manually. For a mid or larger size company, that could be going for a full end-to-end system, as opposed to working in spreadsheets and Word documents. That gets determined by whatever level the mindset is, and evolving mindset of ours. As long as it's not stuck, it's not static. So what did they replace? They had an AS400 green screen system for years and years. Worked fine for them, doing whatever job they needed to do. Then what happened was some regulation changed. They started exporting. They built a little add-on system using Microsoft Access. Then somebody came along and said, hey, we should do quality control in-house and so on. Well, they built a little quality control system in another Microsoft Access project. What happens now? You have a green screen system in the middle. You have your little systems all around it. One breaks, one doesn't talk to the other. You need to enter the raw materials you're doing your testing on. You need to enter the materials you're exporting, re-enter it over and over and over again. Famous spreadsheets. Spreadsheets gets deleted. Spreadsheets have names on it. I name it as ABC, someone might name it as XYZ. And then what happens? There might be the exact same formula, but two spreadsheets. Simple things like that add up and make a company inefficient in their processes. What they replaced it through their search was an industry-specific ERP system that was fully integrated from start to end, a single system. Each of those little domains of QC here, regulatory system here, main sales, purchasing, and formula system here, some other system here, all got changed and put into one system. So if something happened here, once a raw material was entered once into the system, it went all the way through. You didn't have to re-enter and re-enter and re-enter that. You entered the properties related to a certain ingredient in the system, its hazard properties, a CAS number. You need it in 10 different places, whether you need it for purchasing or you need it on the sales side, you need it on the quality control side. It was entered once, not in each individual place anymore. It is fully integrated from your costing to your tracking of your lots, to any recall, anything. The entire system could just be used together. What did it get them? They were finally empowered. Not to even work for today, but to empowered for the future. They could proactively manage their sales cycle. They had enough history data now in the system, and a single system, they could now say, you know what, these products sell more in these months, these products sell more in these other months, and we can plan according to that, not just wait for the custom orders to come in. Obviously, increased revenues. The production schedule started getting managed better based on tracking of dates related to when the customer needed a certain shipment. I could get an order today, but for a shipment that needed to go 2 weeks from now. Should I make it now, or should I wait? Let's assume it takes a day to fulfill that order. Or should I wait till 5 more days and fulfill other orders in the middle? Optimizing your production schedules. Again, lowering your costs. Finally, it also gave them a way to negotiate lower costs with suppliers. If you're sending out a quote to get pricing on certain raw materials from different vendors across the world, and you have all that information on a single screen. So you have a product A that you want to buy, and someone says it's $1.50, someone says it's $1.40 a kilo, someone says $1.25, someone says it's $1.60, but I can deliver it tomorrow, and my need is tomorrow, and I can't wait another day. I have all that information at my fingertips. It allows me to then negotiate the best price I can for a certain item I need. Again, lowering your costs. So it goes together. It's a lesson in both economics and software, because they all link together in that way. By managing our operations through a single system, we're achieving a 99% accuracy rate within our production process, which helps us reduce costs, improve productivity, and ensures our customers are happy. The end goal. Forget the 99% accuracy. Forget increased productivity. Forget the optimization of your processes. The end goal for each one of us in whatever business we are in is to make sure our customers are happy. If that customer goes away, then probably that customer is not coming back. It's very hard to re-win them back. That's why I titled this, The Future is Today. They have figured the formula out for themselves, not the fragrance and flavor formula, but the formula for the business by empowering themselves with the right tools. They have gained productivity with integrated quality control. Whereas in the past, they used to have this green screen system in the middle, quality control on the side as a separate thing. So each time anything had to happen, let's go enter it there. Let's get the results from there. Now, it's integrated throughout the process. You're getting a vendor sample, there's QC done, it's right in the system. That raw material, ultimately, you give them the order, the purchase order, it comes in. The raw materials comes in through your door, you do another QC, it's right in the system. You're full tracking. The sample gave me these results, the raw material that actually shipped in gave me these results. Now I'm going in the production process. Each stage of the process, quality control is put in there till the stuff goes out. Till the COA is generated. The entire quality control is within that entire system. You have full tracking of what happened, what ingredients went into making that formula, when that batch was made, what was the quality control on it. God forbid there's a recall, you just have a single click and you have every single piece of information right there in front of you on the screen. That's what they have with integrated quality control now. Real-time inventory visibility, delivering customer value. Somebody called and says, do you have this material in stock? You're like, oh yeah, let me send that guy back in the warehouse and see how many drums of that we have. Well, it's right there on your screen as things are changing. It's real time. You can give better customer service and value when you inventory across. If you have multiple locations, multiple warehouses, in multiple cities, but you're sitting and taking orders in one place. If everything is connected in real time, you have a leg up on your competition. How does production schedule optimization work? Well, I gave a little quick example of that earlier. You schedule products that need to go out tomorrow, today. You schedule products that need to go out a week from now, further out. Before, without any help or linking of your dates and stuff, you're just getting the order, I'm going to fulfill it, I'm going to keep it there, it'll get shipped out. Import and export optimization through managed logistics. Import documents, export documents, all generated by the system. So you don't need to worry about filling out forms and forms and forms just to fulfill the regulatory and government procedures. Same thing with regulatory. If the system calculates your IFRA values for you, the system tells you these ingredients are allergens. You don't need to go hunting around for information. It's all there right at your fingertips. This is an amazing quote Tom shared with me then. In the past 3 years, they have more than doubled their business and the number of customers they have, just because they chose a system that really empowered them to move ahead. That's a real metric. That's not something that is imaginary. That's what using the right technology geared towards the F&F industry does for you. Here's an example of a quality control screen, for example. I don't know how clear for you guys, but what if this was linked to your GC and other quality control systems? That's a screen that's showing you pretty much from odor, appearance, identification, the gamma terpenol by GC, the alpha terpenol, every single thing on one screen and its values. And a system that tells you whether it's pass or fail, whether that sample, that lot passed or failed. Everything together. Again, you're not hunting for information, it's right there. Real-time inventory. It's another example. You have cassia oil in different forms, and within that you can see the different packaging for it. You can see how much of it is just sitting in open packaging, which you haven't tracked yet, how much in a 15 kilogram container, how much in a 200 kg steel composite. Every single thing within that, which location it's in, which warehouse, how many drums of it, how many packages of it are sitting there, what's the lot, what's the costing for it, how much of it has been allocated for shipments, how much of it has been allocated for production. Every single thing is real time on the screen. It's like a stock ticker. Everything is there in front of you. The next customer I'm going to talk about is Chemlumina. And how about growing pains? To keep up with growing customer demand, Chemlumina's employees are working around the clock to ensure the highest level of quality. That's a quote I got from them. Founded in 2002, again, a lot of ex-IFF folks started this company, over 100 years of F&F industry experience, mainly distributing with a little bit of manufacturing out of Eastern Europe. Another New Jersey company that I've worked with extensively. They realized to maintain their success and customer demand, we either needed to hire more people or to find a solution. Hiring people, training them, finding the right people costs a lot of money. Automation, you put it in once, it does all the job for you. So that was their goal, and how would they achieve that? Again, to achieve those three things which I mentioned earlier, to have something that's agile, streamlined, and optimized. Another quote from them, we knew that implementing an automated system would help us to work smarter. What did they replace? They replaced something where they had cash flow bottlenecks. They were doing things manually or doing things in spreadsheets. They had a very slow sales and shipping process, which I'll share in the next slide. There was lack of real-time inventory. What's happening in Europe? How much stuff is there? What is in the US? Again, someone's making a phone call to figure that out. Landed cost, this was a customer I talked about. They thought they were making profits somewhere, they were actually making a loss. Where they thought they were making a loss, they were making profits. Because they had an accurate landed cost now. They went ahead with a robust system that was single system, fully integrated from start to end. Another story about not having little pieces work with each other. Have something that does everything for you. You enter once, you get it out. They automated their business processes. They didn't have to hire tons and tons more people because their business was growing. Because they introduced automation, the same people with the industry expertise and stuff were now spending more time doing their work, dealing with customers, creating new formulas, buying the right products as opposed to, moving forward with just paperwork. Became a faster, more nimble business with better forecasting and costing. They're no longer limited by technology, rather it has given them the freedom to take advantage of new business. Sales order fulfillment reduced from 30 to 2 minutes. That was a 15 times decrease, which meant an increase in productivity. Estimates were gone. They had actual landed costs because they implemented a system that handled landed costs properly. Profitability reports in just a keystroke. Didn't have to go number crunching in spreadsheets. They doubled their business with no additional employees. Again, accuracy rate close to 100. Why? Because making one mistake can ruin you with a customer. That's an actual quote. You ship or mislabel a product to F&F house, you can have the product liability. That's tremendous. We all know that. There's a lot of regulatory issues. But having the ability to reduce that liability, priceless. Technology empowerment does that. This is just a quick example of a cost comparison where on a single screen you can see the average last replacement selling standard, and I had to cut the screen there, the lot cost, the actual landed cost, everything is there in one place. Profitability analysis on a click, by country, by region, whichever way you want to look at it, it figures it out for you. Now we fly all the way to Turkey. I believe I'm going a few minutes over, so I'm gonna try to hurry up through the slides here. I know we all started late anyway. Is a company called EPS out of Turkey. They have always been very focused on technology. Even before I met them and started talking to them about things and how to improve their processes, they were always obsessed with technologies. For me, it was something which I call it imagination to innovation. They imagine something and they're like, we're going to go do it. They were founded years ago in 1981, headquartered in Istanbul. It's been one of the leading exporters of fragrances in Turkey. They've won awards for that and does business in 26 countries. They're one of the first companies to use a GC system in Turkey, and they have a 100% automated production system. They have patented technologies within the industry, such as Mopad, etc. So this is a little background on this company so you understand where I'm coming from. They wanted to integrate their entire process from sales to QC under a single technology platform. Again, they had invested a lot in the hardware side. They hadn't done much in the software. So this is where they fill the gap. They now have like a live TV screen in the production facility, which just gives them the production status monitoring. They have barcoded production receipts and close, so less human interaction. Everything is barcoded. The ERP system is completely integrated with their robotic dispensing system, which in their case is Roxanne. Very little human interaction. What does that lead to? Exceptional quality control. Everything is measured exactly. Pre-shipment samples to everything is handled again in that single system from start to end. And this was the challenge for them. Decision to select the best ERP system was not a simple task. It's not just simply saying that, oh, this will work for me because it's cheap, or this will work for me because it's worked across industries. It takes some time. The focus on having something that works in the F&F industry has been one of the biggest factors for them. Less learning curve. Again, the three things. It made them more agile, more streamlined, and more optimized. So this is an example of the production monitoring screen. Every single production order that they have is going on this. Imagine this on on a screen like this, which you're seeing. And as things are getting done, it gets off the list. Now we come local. You're flying from Turkey right here to Kerala. Simega, sweet success. They are the ones, their focus has been on providing a good diversity of flavors based on the experience with a global food platter. They're founded in 2006, headquartered right here in Kochi. with a technology center in Bangalore and an application lab in the US. Business in 40 countries, and use a very ultra-modern approach for creation of their fragrance systems, flavor systems, sorry. When they were in the market looking for something, again, there's plenty of stuff out there. They wanted to focus something, get something that was focused on this industry. Work with people who understand what it means to work with flavors. Features like drum off was important to them. What technology has done has enabled their company to have a snapshot of any business process with a click of a few buttons, be it the sales trend of a product across customers or the compliance of purchased goods. Everything is there at their fingertips. In terms of security, one of the things which people are very concerned about, they have device-based access to formulations. Only certain devices, certain computers, certain people can have access to the formulas, providing extreme security. They're focused on running the business. They're not worried about whether a report's going to print out, or this will happen, or that will happen. They're focused on generating more revenues by dealing with their customers and satisfying their requirements. Their reports auto-scheduled, generated, and emailed. Simple thing, but the right technology empowers them to do that. They are at the office, no big deal. They have an email system that allows them to approve purchase orders through an email, which links right into the ERP system. Again, a simple piece of technology, but the amount of time and stuff saved, and that means rupees or dollars saved, is huge. Paulo, who's actually sitting here, said this: we have experienced greater productivity and increased transparency amongst our entire team because they have the data, every piece of data available to them from start to end. It makes them more agile, streamlined, and optimized. Here's an example of a robust formula manager. What if you could see all those formulas together, 5, 6 formulas together with different ingredients? You could normalize them, rationalize them, shared with co-creators. You could have evaluators evaluate the project linked to the formula, everything from one single screen. Really powerful tools you can have out there. It's available out there. And a quick snapshot, I'm just going to spend maybe 30 seconds on this slide. These were some of the companies which I shared in more detail. These are some more people you might know around here. Sonorom, one of the big sponsors here. Again, they use IP-based addressing for formula security. People are busy traveling around. They use email-based approval systems. Things which most companies wouldn't think of doing because that's the future coming forward. A company in Malaysia that I worked with, their SDSs are dynamically generated, so they don't need to have hard copies of stuff sitting around, and it generates based on the lot. It knows the raw materials, and the stuff gets generated with a detailed worksheet. HDDS, they do extracts and spice oils out of Colombo, Sri Lanka. They have micro-configured their purchasing and production systems. They want to track the amount of moisture content in the extraction process. They do that. It's not a guesswork. They get exact numbers that go into the system and then flows right through the system. And last was with Keva, which is headquartered in Mumbai but has locations throughout the globe. They are using technology, project management technology, that allows them to provide exceptional customer service. Because the entire project, whether it's taken in Singapore and being executed in India, or perfumers in Europe are working on it, is all linked together. The entire workflow is linked together. And the final what if is a question I get every time I'm at FAFAI conferences. What if IFRA could be automated for me and figured out? Well, there's a screen which allows you to do that also. There is technology out there. You put in your raw materials, you put in your stuff, the values, it'll tell you what works, what doesn't work for a certain application. If you're using it in a soap, it'll work, and if you're using it in a shampoo, it might not work. all figured out. No need to go calculating and spending hours figuring that out. Having said that, if any of you have questions, I believe we're going to do Q&A afterwards, right? I left this slide just for any Q&A, and feel free to email me. That's my email address if you have any questions or want to talk to me about something. Thank you, guys. Hope it was fun listening early in the morning after a late night.
Thank you, Hans-Steve, for a wonderful and detailed presentation. Great practical examples. Getting into the future is so much easy with these tailor-made and easy-to-use technologies. Thank you, Hans-Steve. I would ask audience to, if you have any questions and queries, I would like to address to Hans-Steve. We have got 5 minutes. Maybe we can try to get a clarification on this. Any questions? Now let us go to the second speaker. Fragrance and flavor industry, as you are aware, going through a difficult, different, and also what we call as a turbulent time. We really need to think differently, reorganized. Now we have a second speaker, Mr. Sunil Nair. Mr. Sunil Nair is the founder and Chief Learning Officer at Thinkers United, a business re-engineering firm dedicated to helping entrepreneurs and organizations in SME sector solve critical issues, accelerate growth, and evolve the next level. He caters to clients across 52 industries in India and Middle East. He is regarded as an organizational scientist, entrepreneurship since 14 years. Before founding a Thinkers United, Sunil had a brilliant career in training and development industry for 4 long years, where he is regarded as a champion in sales, marketing, and of course, strategic planning. Prior to this, Sunil had an outstanding career in the field of media and advertising. Sunil is a Bachelor of Commerce in from Mumbai University, and he has completed his intermediate in Chartered Accountancy and Cost Accountancy, and he has also studied law. Further to it, he has studied Certified Professional Behavior Analyst and Certified Professional Attribute Analyst from Target Training International USA. He is also director at Fortran Steel Private Limited and Infratech Thinkers Academy Private Limited. He is going to speak on why your business is losing a flavor and how to avoid it. Sunil Nair, please.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I need a bit more energy to get this going. That's why I'm doing this. All right, firstly, thank you, FAFAI, for this opportunity to speak here. You know, it's really wonderful to talk to such a beautiful audience. Thank you personally for Meet and Madhusudan ji of L. Leeladhar and company for giving me this opportunity. They are the ones who recommended me here. Thank you, Kamlesh ji. Thank you, Shailendra. Thank you, Sachin. Thank you, Kailash, for supporting me. One more good thing about this seminar is that I got, reunited with one of my very old friends, Kashyap, who's actually the event manager out here after 15 years. That's another thing, good thing for me from FAFAI. All right. Okay, white shoes and black hat, that's done on purpose because one of my friends told that if at all people don't remember what you guys were saying, or if at all you goof up, but you can just be funny. People can remember, okay, there was this guy in a white shoe and black hat who had come there and said something. So that is why the white shoe and black hat. All right. So I'll just cut to the chase because I've been given 35 minutes to do the job. So the topic that I was planning to is why your business is losing flavor and how to avoid it. Now, I use this as a metaphor because when you start your business, when you enter your business, initially I would say the business is more like a chewing gum. All right? It's soft, it's sweet, it's flavorful. Eventually, after a long time, what happens is that it becomes hard, it becomes bland, it loses taste, it loses flavor. So it's the same thing with business for a lot of SMEs, especially in India. So how do you overcome that? That is something that I need to speak about here. So it's a long thing, I'll cut it short. So I've segmented into three things. One is what the problem is. First, we identify the problem, understand the causes, then we move on to the solution mode. In solution, I choose one of the shortest and sweetest strategies that is needed because given the time constraints, all right? So I'll get right to it. So when we say why our business is losing flavor, today we are seeing in SME sector specifically when business is losing flavor. So the main reason for this is that most entrepreneurs and organizations run into something called a growth barrier. Okay, are you aware of something called a growth barrier? Now, growth barrier is a situation where no matter how much time, no matter how much hard work, efforts you're putting into the business, you're not getting the expected results. You're not getting the expected results. As in what happens, you are, first let's say you are putting 5 hours, 6 hours into business, then you increase to 6 to 7 hours. At that point of time, yeah, the business was proportionately increasing, but growth barrier is a phase where you're putting 12 to 18 hours of your life into this business, but the result is not proportionate. Not only is the result not proportionate, it may also be going down. So that is a really frustrating scenario for any entrepreneur. The first thing we need to understand is why does an entrepreneur or an organization get into a growth barrier? All right, so there are two primary reasons why people get into a growth barrier, why businesses run into a growth barrier. The first reason here is called loss of accountability. When I say loss of accountability, it means, see, it means that as an entrepreneur, you don't report to someone. You have employees, they report to you. Who do you report to? So when I say loss of accountability, it means that the entrepreneur is not responsible to anybody. If the entrepreneur is not innovating, if you're not expanding, if you're not, diversifying, the question is, who do you report to? Who's there to crack the whip? Who's there to crack the whip when you're not doing something right and when you're probably doing something wrong? There's nobody to crack the whip. So that's where loss of accountability comes into play. And with loss of accountability, most entrepreneurs tend to develop a disease which is called acrasia. Ever heard about acrasia? Show of hands? All right. Acrasia. Now I told you it's a disease which entrepreneurs develop. It is more of a mental phenomenon. Okay? What's a mental phenomenon? See, every disease has symptoms. Acrasia also has symptoms. Acrasia has two symptoms. The first symptom of acrasia is that A, you do all those things that you know you're not supposed to be doing. You do all those things that you know you're not supposed to be doing. The second symptom is that you don't do. You don't do all those things that you know you are supposed to be doing. This may seem similar, but it's really different. There are 10 things today that you are doing in your business which you know you're not supposed to be doing. And there are 10 other things that you're not doing, but you know you're supposed to be doing. So that's what acrasia is for you. I'll give you a simple example. See, the worst part about acrasia is that acrasia, puts you into a comfort zone. Acrasia, it does not allow you to take any progressive decisions. I'll give you a simple example. All right? Gentlemen out there, what's your name? I need you to shout. Vijay. All right. So I'll call you Vijay, Also, so let's say, so it's New Year. All right. So Vijay made a resolution saying that, you know what, it's a new year. I need to take care of my health. So I'm taking a resolution that starting from the 1st of January, I'm going to go on a morning walk or a jog for that matter. So I'll set up an alarm at 5:30. I'll wake up and I'll go for a jog and I'll reduce my weight. I'll be much more fitter. So that's what he decides. But acrasia has other plans for him. 5:30, the alarm rings. All right, Vijay gets up. He looks at the alarm. Acrasia tells him, you know what? Last night you came pretty late after that business meeting of yours. You came almost past midnight. So, what do you say? Scientific evidence says that, a human being should sleep for at least 8 hours, 7 hours, all right? So it's just 5.5 hours. So how can I possibly go today? I'll go tomorrow. All right. Let's say by some willpower, he's able to fend that off. And he says that, I'll get up. So he gets up. He shuts the alarm bell. He goes and looks out of the window. What does he see? 5:30 in January, it's pretty dark. So Akreshya tells you, is it really safe? Akreshya tells you, it's so dark outside and it's so chilly. If you go for a walk or a run, you probably might catch a cold. And that's actually not good for your health. So that's not what you started out to do. You were trying to do this for fitness, you'll end up having a cold. So in fact, winter is not the right time to start all these things. Summer is the best season. Come summer, the alarm rings, he shuts the alarm, he again looks out of the window. Akreshya tells him, you know what, the sun is already out. If you go out there, you will get tanned. It's all sweaty. And this is not the right season. Again, monsoon would be the right season to start doing all this. In monsoon, he gets up, he looks outside the window. Akreshya tells him, you know what, it's rained. The roads are dirty. Your shoes might get soiled, your pant might get soiled, and God forbid if you're running and it starts raining. Where are we going to go? So in India, there are only 3 seasons. So there's nothing left. So probably that resolution is never going to happen. So as I told you, Akreshya stops you from taking any progressive decision till the time you hit a wall, till the time you're till here in water. Now, so why did I say that? Till the time you're here in water is because, let's say, we keep interviewing these entrepreneurs, and one of the entrepreneurs I met, I generally ask people's schedule before I interact with them, before I understand anything about them. The first thing I understand is their schedule, because schedule tells a lot about a person. All right? So I met this guy called Mahesh Shah. He runs a company called Cementon. So an amazing schedule. So he wakes up at 5, he goes for a morning walk, he comes back, does his yoga, pranayam, he has this organic breakfast, he goes to office at probably 10, sharp at 1 p.m. he has lunch, sharp at 5 p.m. he leaves office, sharp at 7 p.m. he has his dinner, sharp at 9 p.m. he goes to sleep. Amazing schedule. And I was in shock. So I told Mahesh, you know what, our business is such that one of the first thumb rules of our business is never trust entrepreneurs. So I said, okay, Mahesh, it seems fine, but there's something fishy about it. Okay, I just need to ask you a question, don't mind. So Mahesh said, okay, go ahead, ask it. So I asked him, this is a pattern you're following since when? Yeah, it's been a couple of years. Well, a couple of years. So I'm just asking you a doubt, have you ever had a heart attack? He said, yeah, I've had a heart attack. Oh, so were you doing this before that? He said, no, I was not doing this before that. Did you know that this was supposed to be done? Yeah, he said, yeah, the reports were not that fine. There was high BP, there was, cholesterol, there were triglycerides. Doctor had asked me to watch my diet. So why didn't you do all this before that? He said, I never had the time. I said, okay, so how do you have time now? Do you get extra concession? Here, take extra 2 hours so that you can do all these things. So he says, no, if I don't do this, I get a one-way ticket to heaven. So it may seem like a joke to us right now, but then it's a matter of serious concern. I'll tell you why it's a matter of serious concern, because in your business life, Akreshya has a direct impact on your decision-making abilities, a direct impact on your risk-taking abilities. Whenever in business you want to take a progressive step, see, when I say progressive step, it always means stepping out of the comfort zone. So let's say, how many of you have plants here? Plants, factories. All right? Okay. So gentlemen out there, let us say he decides that, I want to buy a bigger plant. Right now I'm scattered a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. So I need to bring it all together. So let me buy a larger space. And he goes looking out for a larger space. He finds a good one, and it's a good location, and it's a good price. And when the time comes to close the deal, Akreshya tells him, what's the hurry? Take your time, decide on your own. So he tells the agent, you know what, this is almost final, but I'll get back to you later. So the guy says, oh, we've been going around since a week. So no, why can't we finalize it out right now? No, I have a partner. I have a partner without whose consultation I never take any decisions. Now he knows, and that guy knows, there's no such partner. And even if it is there, he has the money, authority, and need to take that decision then and there. But he does not. He moves out of the situation. Acacia makes him come out of that situation. It puts him again in a comfort zone. A lot of people would think that Acacia's role is over here. No, it just starts. It just starts. What happens is, Acacia will then make you call people. Okay, so he gives a call to one of his friends. He says, you know what, this is a property that I've seen, and I will consolidate everything out here. My production will increase, my efficiency will increase, I can give better service. What do you think? So the friend tells him, you know what, are you crazy? You know recession is coming, so let the recession come and go. Right now, don't block your money somewhere and you might repent it later. So he says, okay. So he calls up another friend. He says, okay, this is something that I've decided. What do you think about it? The friend says, all right, but if you want to do it, but then if I were you, I would wait, because real estate is going south in the next 6 months. So I would ask you to wait for 6 months. He would call up his wife. Say, what do you think? Wife says, yeah, great, but you also make a bedroom there. Anyways, you're not home. So might as well have a bedroom there, and you stay there, don't give me time. What is all this? We got enough that God has given us. Why are you running after all this? What do you think is the status of his decision-making ability? Is it stronger or is it weaker? It's weaker. Most probably, this guy will never take that call. He will never take that decision. Somebody else does. And after a few years or a few months for that matter, when he sees somebody else who has already done that, he will have an emotion which I dislike the most, which is called regret. He says, oh, I should have done that. I had that idea. I don't understand what stopped me. Everything was fine. I should have taken that call. But now it's too late. So what really happened out here is that you don't even realize that Acacia is working on you. It puts you into a comfort zone beyond which it does not allow you to go. So that is the first reason, which is, a loss of accountability, which leads to Acacia, which is the first reason why most businesses and entrepreneurs get stuck into the growth barrier. The second reason why most entrepreneurs and organizations get stuck in this growth barrier is because the entrepreneur fails to play his own role. Fails to play his own role? What do you mean? What is the role I'm supposed to play? So if you're hiring a sales guy, if you're hiring an accountant, if you're hiring a production manager, you have something called a job description, a KRA ready for him. So you know when he comes, you know what tasks to assign him, you know how to judge his performance, everything is clear. But then, have you ever thought about it this way? What is your KRA? What are the roles that you are supposed to play? What are the most important duties that you are supposed to play, and how do you judge your performance? Have you ever done that? So we believe there are 3 key roles that an entrepreneur is supposed to play. And listen to me carefully on this. There are 3 key roles that an entrepreneur is supposed to play. The first role is that of an architect. What is that? An architect. The first role is that of an architect. What does an architect do? He envisions. He envisions, okay, what should it look like? What should it be? When should it be? How should it be? And not only does he visualize this, he makes a blueprint out of it. He draws up a blueprint, which can be shared with other people. So your first role is, as an entrepreneur, is that of an architect, where you have to envision the future of your company. You have to make robust plans as to, okay, when am I going to reach what and why? So you make a complete blueprint of your organization. That is your primary role. Nobody else is going to do it for you. No CEO, no financial planner, no sales manager is going to do it for you. It's your role. So your first role is that of an architect. The second role of an entrepreneur is that of a storyteller. A storyteller, what do you mean by a storyteller? Now you can't keep this idea in your head, right? You have to communicate. Now who do I communicate it to? I need to communicate it to my people, as in my team, my colleagues, my vendors, my shareholders, my bankers, my customers, as many as people I can communicate it to, I need to do that. There are two things. Why? One is that they get clarity as to where they are going. That is one. The second one is more important. Now I'm bound by my words. Okay? Once you commit, you ought to do it. So that's the second role. The third role is of an executor. Now this you guys are aware of. Executor means you need to do what it takes to make the plan happen. You need to do what it takes to make the vision happen. So there are n number of activities that you are supposed to do to make the vision a reality. That is the third role of an executor. These are three roles I said. So when I said the second reason why people get stuck is because of, in the growth barrier, because they failed to play their role, is because these are three roles which people generally don't play. But people say, no, I'm doing it. But I'm not worried about the other two. I'm worried about the topmost one, which is the role of an architect. People generally don't play that role. Because if you don't play that role, the rest two roles don't matter. Without the first role, the rest two roles does not matter. You may be telling story, but it may never be a reality because you never thought about it. Your story may keep changing. People will lose faith in you. Executing, you are executing on a regular basis, which means you have taken your car for a spin. All right, you entered your car, you turn on the ignition and you're going, but you don't know where you're going. You're just, roaming around. Some wise guy has said, action without vision is passing time. What is that? Action without vision is merely passing time. So people who have not done the first role, they're merely passing time. We are in the 21st century. I would like to ask you a question. How important is planning in your business? Show of hands. Yes or no? Yes? How important is planning in your business, sir? How important is it? Yeah, you. Very important, very good. Have you made one? Is that on, is that documented? Or is it up here? Both. Oh, that's a political answer. See, as I told you, rule number one, I don't trust entrepreneurs. All right? So a lot of people say it's up here. So it's up here. So right now, I'm feeling happy. Right now, the business is going nice. So I'm feeling really happy. So my plans are like this. A few months where the sales dips, my plans go like this. It doesn't make sense. So if it's here, it doesn't count. If it's here, it counts. So we know, as you said, planning is very important in our business. Another question to you is, how much time do you guys invest in the process of planning? How much time of your day, how much time in a month, how much time in a year do you actually invest into the process of planning? I'm not sure too much. So why is that the case when we know it is important? Why is that the case? See, I'll tell you what. I don't know elsewhere, but then it's very unfortunate that I'm saying it, but it is a cultural problem in India. It is a cultural problem in India. I'll tell you what. Okay, the guys with the plants again. How many of you have plants, factories? Okay. Sir in the red tie. All right. You might remember once upon a time when you started your factory. When you started your factory, there was a ceremony. You call a puja, right? You have a ceremony, there's a puja, there's a priest who comes, he does all this, he conducts the ceremony, then he gives you a coconut, yeah. He gives you a coconut. What are you supposed to do with the coconut? You break the coconut. And then what is the next step? You start the switch. You break the coconut, the next step is you start the switch and the factory is on. What if you say, after breaking the coconut, you say, okay, now let us sit and plan. Do you think people will allow you to do that? They'll say, no, what are you doing? Hey, no, switch. So, no, I'm planning. What are you planning? Planning is for idiots. First you start, we have broken the coconut, now turn on the switch. Now, that's the irony out here, because planning in our culture is not considered to be a job. Planning, a lot of people think it's a waste of time. वो तो हो जाता है. We can do it on the run. करते करते कर लेंगे. So, as I told you, it's a cultural issue out here. Okay, let's imagine another scenario. Okay, so your name, sir? Yeah. Yes, you, sir. Again, Rao. Okay, so Mr. Rao, this is a scenario on a Monday morning in your office. Okay, just imagine this. So Mr. Rao on a Monday morning is entering his office like this. Hello, sir, yes sir. Oh, that vanilla shipment, sir. Yeah, it is gone, sir. It did not reach you. What are you saying? Okay, it did not reach you. Oh, I'll look into it. Get that file. And somebody find out whether the production has started of vanilla. No, the client is already calling me. Yes, sir. Oh, it will reach, sir. Yeah, it has already left. I'll send you the BL, sir. Don't worry. Things will happen. Now, this is the scenario. One of your employees has a very important thing to tell you. And this is the scene in your cabin. What are the chances he or she will enter? No? So she won't enter. So I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. Rao enters like this. Hello, Bindra. How are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Rao. At this juncture, the same employee has something very important to tell you. Will he or she enter? Yeah. You know why he or she will enter? Because boss ke paas kaam nahi hai. The boss has nothing to do. So let me give him some work. I have a lot of workload. So I will put some on his head. Why? He's sitting idle. How can he sit idle? In a lot of countries, if this happened, probably that guy would have lost his job because he's interrupting in your work. You know what's your work? Your work is to sit and plan about the future of your organization. Again, nobody else is going to do it for you. So probably why we are not playing our role is because maybe we are stuck into some other roles. Maybe you're actually put MD on your card, or a director on your card, or a proprietor on your card, but actually what you're doing is you might be playing the role of a production manager. You might be playing the role of a sales manager. You must be playing the role of a finance manager. So when do you intend to give yourself a promotion? That's the question. If you don't promote yourself, nobody's going to play these roles. And till the time you don't promote yourself, nobody else is going to take up those roles too. You'll have to live with that throughout your life. That's how things are. So that is failing to play the roles. Now, I told you, there are 25 different strategies one needs to apply to get out of the growth barrier. I'm sharing with you one of the shortest, sweetest, and seemingly simple ones. I again telling you, it's a seemingly simple one. It is not simple, but it is seemingly simple. So it's called growth by delegation. I'm sure everybody out here has heard the term delegation, right? What do you mean by delegation? Give the responsibility, give the work that I'm doing right now to somebody else. And when I do that, that guy, no matter how experienced he is, he goofs it up. And then it comes again back to me. So by definition, that is not delegation. What you've actually done is something called abdication. It is ABDICATION. It's abdication. Abdication is what? I just gave him, okay, I hired this guy. He's got good experience, so I'm doing something. He's got 10 years of experience. I'm paying him a good amount of money. So this job which I'm doing right now, okay, you do this. I'm so happy. And then what happens? Eventually, he might goof up. And then it will come back to me. And people would say delegation does not work, man. No matter how much you delegate, ultimately we have to take the call. What you have done is not delegation, it's abdication. You need to understand this. Abdication is an act that you just did. You there? Delegation is a process. It is a process. It is not just an act. There are much more facets to it. But then there are entrepreneurs who come to me who say, you know what, I do delegate. I have a team of managers, I have supervisors, they do all the work, I don't do it. They just come to me at the end of the day just for sake of approval, which is just a formality. So I have delegated. What you're saying is wrong. But in the guise of a formality, in the guise of approval, ultimately we see that the entrepreneurs end up doing that job. So what happens, if your team has talented people, they'll leave. Why? Because I'm not going to grow here. I'm not able to do the work. My boss keeps interfering. Those who don't leave, people with talent, who don't leave, they will kill their talent and they will be there merely as puppets. They will do the bare minimum what is required. You know why they will do the bare minimum? Because anyways boss is going to do the work here. He will come. So why should I put so much effort? Anyways, he's going to come and he's going to turn this around. So I'd rather do the bare minimum. He will come and he will do it. If, something goes wrong, you can't even blame them, because when you blame them, they say, sir, you only gave approval. So it was you who approved it. So you can't even blame them for that. Coming back to growth by delegation. So I said delegation is a process. So I'll make it much more simpler for you, because see, it is more of a habit out here. A lot of people are afraid to delegate. So to make your life simpler, I said, let us follow 6 steps. Seemingly simple. Again, I'm telling you, it is seemingly simple, but you have to do it for it to happen. All right? So first step we can take here. Okay? That's the first step. List all the activities that you do. List every single activity that you do. It can be taking phone calls, it can be making sales calls, it can be going to the shop floor, it can be probably QC, it can be probably, coordinating with a logistics guy, it can be anything. List out to the bare details each and every activity that you do in the business. Even if you're driving your car, that is also part of your activity, all right? So you need to list everything down. If you have a list of less than 50, probably you're not put your head into it. You need to think more, because given the scale that we have operated in, an average entrepreneur in an SME organization handles at least 60 activities, at least. So jot it down. That's the first role you have to do. Second thing you have to do is you need to split it. Split it into 2 areas. One is revenue affecting activities. One is non-revenue affecting activities. Now, what is revenue affecting activities? Such activities that have a direct impact on your bottom line, that has a direct impact on your sales figures, that has a direct impact on your finance for that matter. These are the activities which are called revenue affecting activities. And you need to segregate the other half into non-revenue affecting activities. Now, non-revenue affecting activities which do not have a significant impact on the bottom line or the finance of the organization. All right, I just cited a few examples. When you say revenue affecting activities, sales is a revenue affecting activity, production is a revenue affecting activity, purchase is a revenue affecting activity. Similarly, when you're driving, signing checks, deciding the office furniture, these are all non-revenue affecting activities as far as the business is concerned. So once you've done that, you need to further segment this into high on importance and low on importance. So you'll get you'll get a quadrant. You'll get four things. One, which is high on importance and revenue affecting, low on importance and revenue affecting, low on importance, non-revenue affecting, high on importance, non-revenue affecting. So it's something which looks like this. All right, these are the four quadrants you will get. Once you get these four quadrants, now you are ready to start delegation. Where do you start from? The simplest. This is the simplest. Which one? Not revenue generating and not important. That's the easiest thing to delegate. You need to hire a person or get an executive assistant, give this to him. So even if something goes wrong, nothing great is lost. Eventually, you need to move to not revenue affecting but important. Then you need to move to revenue affecting but not important. Then finally you need to move to revenue affecting but important. So that is the style you need to negotiate. This is the method which will be most simple for you to enable that delegation actually happens. All right. So once this has happened, you have the time which you need, which is needed for the so-called planning, the time which is needed to play a first role, which is that of an architect. All right? So again, I'm just reiterating once more what we said right now. We discussed two reasons. All right. We discussed two reasons why we get stuck in the growth barrier. All right, two reasons. One being a loss of accountability. One being you not playing your roles. And we discussed one of the 25 strategies that will help you, help you take yourself out of the growth barrier so that your business can, stop losing flavor or gain its flavor back. Okay, that's it for you. Again, I'll sign out on the last word that rather than working in your business, this is all about working on your business. All right? Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Nair, for such a nice and inaugurating speech. Really, you put some energy into our industry. Can audience give a round of applause? I think this is something that needed for our industry at this time. I would like people to ask if you have any question, queries, can come up with the questions. This is a good opportunity for you. Can somebody hand over the mic to Ravi Nangia?
I am Ravi Nangia from Harmony Organics. Generally in delegation, we have a problem that the people we have are not of the right caliber. And therefore, after delegation, as you said, finally it ends up doing it ourselves. However, in the larger companies, the people who are working there are of such a caliber that once you delegate, they are self-motivated and they take up the job and complete it. So how do we solve this situation?
Ravi ji, right?
Yes.
Ravi ji, the first thing is you're saying we don't get people of good caliber, right? Okay, what if I give you an offer right now? Let's say I am interested in joining your firm, all right? Would you say yes to that?
Of course.
Of course, wonderful. So if I'm joining your firm, I have a question for you. Where exactly will I be 3 years down the line? What position will I be holding? What will be my future?
Yeah, you will be like next to the boss, the owner.
Are you really clear about that? Okay, just kidding, I'll tell you what. See, this is a question which often comes, all right? So the primary reason why, people say that, I don't delegate is because I don't get good quality people. But the first thing I need to understand here is that, do we actually deserve good quality people? Okay, that's the first question. It's a bit, in the face, but then that's how it is. That's how my profession has made me. So do we actually deserve good quality people? Because I'll tell you what, talented talented people, of all the things, need one most important thing, which is called clarity. Money comes, let's say, rank 7th. The top thing that talented people need, or the people with the right caliber need, is clarity about their future as to where they are going to be, what is going to be their future, where they are going to head in their careers. Now, as I said, most entrepreneurs fail to play their roles. If you don't play the role of an architect, you don't know where you're going. You are roaming in the dark, and when somebody is joining, I'll say, okay, we'll go together into the darkness. It's not going to work like that. We need to be clear where we are going. If we are clear where we are going, we can give opportunities to the right caliber people. We can give them direction, and then they will join me. Because it's not about the size of the company ultimately. What matters is, are we in a position to give them clarity? Because clarity really works out here. Are we clear, Raviji?
Yes, thank you.
So it's vital that we, let's say whenever we talk about an organization structure, what generally people do is, whatever structure is there today, I just jot it down. That is not the right thing to do. If I have a clarity, let's say 3 years down the line, and my company needs to be in this position, so I need to build an org chart that would support that kind of growth. So people would understand what vacancies are there, people would understand their growth pattern within the company. So that will really help you retain and hire good caliber people so that you can easily delegate. All right, sir? Any other questions?
When you get good quality people, the entrepreneur does not want to hire him because he feels threatened.
Correct, sir. As I told you, when will you give yourself a promotion? Because I'll tell you what, Mr. Jetha, right? Jetha. Have you observed this thing? There are some key employees in your company who you are afraid of. You know why you're afraid of? Because if they might leave, we might be in trouble. And these are those people who never teach anybody under them. There's no team which develops under them. Have you observed that? There's no team developing under. They do not, allow others to learn. Okay, and they would hog all the limelight. And I want to be important. That is a decision that they've taken, which most entrepreneurs don't like. But then somehow most entrepreneurs don't understand that they themselves are doing that. Why is that guy, holding on to his, duties, holding on to whatever powers he has and not helping others learn? Is because he doesn't, if he teaches them, what is his future? It is a survival instinct, all right? So if he knows that there is a position above him, if I give this away, I have the opportunity to grow, then he might do that. It's the same with entrepreneurs. When you say, I get good caliber people, I get threatened by them, I really don't allow them to grow, is because the first thing is that, do you have a growth plan? If you have a growth plan, you will obviously promote yourself from where you are today to, there are much better functions to be handled. So if you go to those much better functions that needs to be handled as an entrepreneur, obviously, the people below you can come up. Those, the good caliber people have the opportunity to grow, and your organization also grows. Chita? Fine? All right. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Nair. I know one of my friend who used to go to dentist with his wife only. Every time he used to go to dentist, he used to take his wife. Then once a doctor asked, are you afraid to come alone? Because why you bring every time your wife? He said, this is the only place I can open my mouth in front of her. That is the one way you can get rid of fear. My sincere thanks to FAFAI team for bringing these very important and relevant topics in this day-to-day and very extremely changing and fiercely competitive scenario. And speakers, believe me, have done excellent job to justify the trust put on them by FAFAI team. I can imagine that they have put really lot of work and understood the need of industry at the right time for it. As a token of appreciation, FAFAI is very keen to present moment to them. Can I ask Mr. Kamlesh Shah? Kamlesh, can you come on the stage and give a moment to Mr. Hansdeep Bindra? Kamlesh is Secretary of the FAFAI, has a lot of efforts. Now can I ask Mr. Jaimin Thakur to come on the stage to give a memento to Mr. Sunil Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu. We are honored to have you as a chairperson for this session. Nobody else would have been made justice to this session than you. Now may I please call upon Sanjay Harlalka to present a memento to Mr. Prabhu.
There are three speakers for today's session, Mr. Satish Kole, Dr. Sudhir Mistry, and Mr. Swaminathan. I would like all the three of them to come to the dais. I would like to begin with Mr. Swaminathan, who is Operational Director, Jeevadan India Private Limited, Mumbai. A highly accomplished and a versatile professional offering unique and extensive experience in manufacturing, operations, supply chain, quality management, regulatory affairs, compliance, and engineering. Merit of working with Unilever and now with Jeevadan, responsible for operations and greenfield project delivery. A keen planner, strategist with flawless record in fast-track implementation of large capital projects, ensuring vertical setup operations. A visionary, mentor, leader with verifiable year-after-year success in developing talents that leads to the careers of regulatory heads, factory managers, engineering heads, and other departmental heads. International exposure of visiting many sites across all the continents. An effective leader with distinguished skills in leading, engaging, and inspiring large multicultural workforce to improve quality of life. Mr. Swaminathan.
Okay, good afternoon to the distinguished participants, and first and the foremost, I would like to thank FAFAI, thank Mr. Modi, thank Mr. Kamlesh for giving me an opportunity to come and then talk to the distinguished participants like you. You are all the legends, you are all the veterans in flavors and fragrances industry and business. I would do my little bit, particularly what actually the emerging trends in terms of particularly on the flavor front. I will quickly take you through. The time that is allocated is 30 minutes. I've been swapped. Again, thank you very much. The session was to begin with on the regulatory aspects of it, the legislation and the regulation on flavors, followed by Mr. Mestris and then finally me. But I have a hard closing at 2 o'clock. I had to take the flight. Therefore, I'm again thankful to Mr. Modi for giving me an opportunity to talk faster. Okay, the flavors. We all know that, I don't have to teach anything, it is as old as, it is, its history is date back to the mankind. Particularly the flavors, we were all interested, in the usage of the essential oils, in herbs and spices, particularly for the odor, as old as, it's many decades, the flavors have been being used. One is for the aroma, the second is for mainly for the bacteriostatic properties. And if you see the flavors, mainly the smoking flavors, it is again, by the breaking of the pyrolysis, you get the smoking flavors, usage of the herbs and spices, then, you have sweetened with the honey, then you also have the salting. Salting is the process, which our grandmas, used to do it, pickling, the vegetables and other fruits. How actually the flavors were produced earlier? The flavors were produced either by the pressing techniques or by the extractions or by the distillation. Subsequently, if you see the later stage, the flavors were blended to create, the first compounded flavors. Today, if you see the flavor is not something, which is as simple as it is. It is quite complex. Huh? And, that, the flavors after it is compounded, it tend to undergo lots of reactions, which some of the things, which we may not be knowing it, but, there's a lots of reaction keeps happening between molecule to molecule, and that's how, the flavor, the final flavor, over a period of time, if you see the freshly compounded flavor, it gives a different taste, and then subsequently when it is matured, it takes you to the different level. And that's how the flavor balancing happens. And also, if you see, the flavor is very, very important, in the total food. The amount that it goes may be as low as 0.01%, but in terms of the contribution, it is quite substantial and significant. Look at the flavors. Take, for example, the toothpaste. The early morning, you take, you brush your teeth. A toothpaste without a flavor, is a bland thing. Take, for example, even, the foods that we use it, maybe the baked products. A biscuit without a flavor, is just a maida, sugar and fat. So therefore, though it is in terms of the usage, it may be low, but in terms of the value addition is quite significant and substantial. And in terms of the flavors, we all know that, there are three types of the flavors. I will not take the thunder, from other participants, because Satish will be dealing in great depth in terms of what is natural flavor, what is natural identical flavor, what is an artificial flavor. And we all know that, the natural flavors are the flavors. If again, going back to the history, our grandma times, everything was natural. The materials were taken from the kitchen shelf and was being used. Subsequently, rapid urbanization, and in terms of, people moving from one part of the world to the other part of the world, people started using the processed food. Now the trend is again, coming back to the naturals. That's what, I'm going to delve in the later part of my presentation or in part of my talk. See, the flavors, which are natural flavors. Everybody wants to have the naturals. Everybody wants to have as fresh as a fruit, without addition of any chemicals or without any addition of any preservatives. And people, do not like to go with any flavor where it has E number or where it has got an additive inside. Typical flavor composition is in terms of you have got the flavors, you have got the solvent, you have got the carrier. So this is how, the flavors in terms of the composition. And we have the flavors, we have the different technologies in the flavors. We have the liquids, it's a simple liquid. Then we have the spray-dried flavors, we have the emulsions, we have the dry blends, we also have the reaction-based flavors. The reaction-based flavors are the flavors where actually at the end, you will get, the end result, will be different. It's basically based on what you add the material, and when it's subjected to certain temperature and pressure, the reactions and all, the Maillard reaction and other reactions which takes place, which gives a different profile to the final flavor. Last 5 years, the regulation-wise, there is a paradigm shift. The shift is something, very, very significant. Earlier, we had PFAI where, it was generally specified, use it in as general, as GMP, usage of the flavor complying to the good manufacturing practices. But if you see now, we are very clear, at least, the directionally we are very clear where we are trending. As I said again, I don't like to touch base more into what is natural, what is nature identical, what is artificial. These three things which gives fairly in terms of what they are and where actually the country or the globe is trending to in terms of the flavor industry. Flavor regulation. Again, before 1st July of 2017, it was different. After 1st July 2017, it's a bit clear. Still again, we are yet to reach the destination. Particularly in the flavor regulation, the transformation has happened. It is like, buying a ticket and getting into the train. We have not reached to the destination. The destination, it's still miles away, particularly in the regulation, which again, Satish will address in the subsequent session. If you see some of the good things that have happened, in the flavors, usage of the silicon dioxide. Earlier, there was no usage of the silicon dioxide in the flavors, and it was silent, absolutely silent. Particularly in the powder flavors, there was no usage of the anti-caking agent. At least, now we are clear in terms of the silicon dioxide. And again, the flavor regulation is, little bit, it is constrained, or it is little bit, not clear, particularly in terms of the thermal, or the smoke flavors, or the flavors with modifying properties, wherein the IOFE as well as other FICI and SIFTI, they're all working together, and I think in the next few years we will see some good results, or it will trend to the what actually we want it. This is the chapter, or this is the topic which I would actually like to take you through and spend some time here. See, the flavor industry, if you see in the last many years, it is now trending differently. One of the thing is that customers, more and more customers, are intend to, or like to have only the natural flavors, or the flavors where there is the health or the wellness. Health is a foundation for the wellness. If you have the product where it has health benefits, where it has the nutritional values, such type of flavors are being now asked by more and more customers. If you see there are 5 emerging trends. One of the first and the foremost is the health and wellness. The health and wellness is one thing which is taking a big shift, and particularly if you see earlier and all, you see the sugar, the fat was considered to be the villain. Now if you see, the sugar is considered to be the biggest villain, and the brands are all working towards to see that how the sugar reduction can be done, and also the government agencies are also playing their part to see that how the sugar reduction can be done. So if you see, there are the technologies that have emerged out, particularly in the reduction, or giving the same taste to the product, but at the same time maintaining the same values in terms of the texture and other things. We have what is called as the modulators, or the taste solutions. It will have an impact in terms of the overall taste. It will have an impact in terms of the overall texture. It will have an impact in terms of the wholesomeness. But at the same time, you will not have the same levels of the sodium, same levels of the sugar, same levels of the fat. This is where the trend is happening. And more and more consumers, they would like to have something where it gives the same taste, but less amount of the salt, less amount of the sugar. So this is one area where actually it is going is taking in the northward, particularly in the health and wellness segment. The second is on the gluten-free, particularly on the dry blends. More and more customers prefer to have the flavors wherein it is not having the gluten. Gluten is something which that it is a protein. It is present in the wheat, it is present in the maize, it is present in other grains, and gluten is also an allergen. It falls under the top 8 allergens, and more customer preferences is going towards the flavors, or towards the materials which are free from gluten. The other thing is on added vitamins and the minerals, the fortified ones, or the flavors which are fortified with vitamins and minerals. More and more customers are asking for it. Then you also know that some of the fermented flavors are nothing but the biotechnological flavors. It is produced by usage of the enzymes, or it's produced by the fungi, or it is produced by the bacteria. Some of the examples are sauerkraut, or the kimchi one, and the other one is the kombucha. Kombucha is nothing but fermented sweet tea. Would like to have something which is similar in terms of the taste, and at the same time it's natural. It's absolutely natural. And the other thing where it is coming up in terms of the natural flavors, though it has good health properties, but the issue or the concern is in terms of the shelf life. The shelf life of this flavor is very limited because of in terms of the stability of the flavor itself is will not be the same as that of the synthetic flavor or as that of the artificial flavor, because it has lots of solvents where the water activity will be very, very low. As I said, the trend is more on the naturals, and the people are also would like to have because of the urbanization, because of the global trend, everyone would like to have the naturals are more like the organic ones. The natural ones, as I said, it is going to have a substantial growth, particularly the natural extracts, botanical extracts, the plant extracts, the fruit extracts, and particularly the food and beverage industry is going to have a big impact in terms of having the naturals. And as I said, it's again is going to promote the health aspects of it. It is going to promote the nutritional aspects of it. It is also going to have a big impact on the calorie values of it. There are other flavors which are used as a masking flavors, but it's always used in conjunction with the antioxidants and also the vitamins, wherein to reduce the off taste and the off notes. And it also helps in reducing the calories, sweetness, salt, and the fat content in the foods. Then there is another trend which is happening is the fusion. The fusion is something where you can have something like crackjack, sweet and salt, where sweetened and sour flavored snacks, which is a typical example. And another one which is coming up, which is quite high, is in Singapore, particularly examples of the salted egg yolk flavored one. And these two are taking a big leap or big shape, particularly in the Asia Pacific region. And you might have also seen the conversion of the authentic food. Particularly, say, for example, you would like to have chettinad food. Down south, there is a food which is called as the chettinad food. People would like to taste the chettinad food. You can't have the chettinad food going down south and having the chettinad food. And more customers are asking, how can I have a flavor in the form of a top note, which can be given in the form of a snack front, the same chettinad one. And one more thing, and one more example which I can give is on the papdi chaats, or some other things. I would like to eat the papdi chaat, and I know a place where actually the papdi chaat is available, but I may not go directly and then eat because of the logistics, because of the various issues. But people would like to have a snack item in the form of a top note, where exactly the same the papdi chaat can be replicated. This is again one trend which is going up. And there are also the other trend which is coming up is the event-based one. Suppose the World Cup is happening, or Olympics is happening, or the World Cup matches is happening. You can choose the flavor of that country, and it is on and off. You will have that flavor, and again it goes off. So this is another trend which is shaping up, and which is picking up quite significantly. The last but not the least is on the trust and the transparency. Why it's trust and the transparency, and the reason is that consumers consumers would like to have the clean label. The products that is being served to the customers or to the consumers would like to have the complete information, and for which they do not like to see any additives being added, any chemicals being added, any preservatives being added. That's one area which is trending up, and in the next few years, would like to have more and more such type of things, coming up. What are all the challenges, that we have? It's not that easy. Having said that, everybody cannot go to the naturals. We cannot go into the naturals. It's not that easy to get back into the naturals. There are quite challenging things are there, particularly on the naturals, for which need to develop, the innovation platform for it. We need to have a strong foundation, in developing the natural innovation platforms. And also, we need to leverage the technologies. The grandmother's recipes should be leveraged with the emerging technologies. That's one area where it need to be worked on. The other thing where it's required is on the regulatory aspects of it. Though we may call it as everything is natural, still there is a question mark. Is it 100% natural? We don't know. We don't know. It's still it's something which need to be debated and discussed. How do we see that a fruit that we are eating is 100% natural, or juice which is consuming is 100% natural? Though there is a claim, there can be chances of some amount of the contaminant, some amount of the things seeping in. So therefore, the regulatory landscape is one of the things which is a challenging one. Then we need to also have a strong research and development, and which need to be done in consultation with the association like FAFAI, and also to be done in consultation with the industries. Then we need to create a special task force like the task force that is being worked on the regulatory aspects of it, particularly on the natural aromatic plants, and we need to take sufficient steps to use them for the development purpose. And last but not the least, the Government of India is working very, very heavily on, particularly on the skill-based development or the skill training. And we need to have, particularly in our industry where this is one area where it's bit nascent, we need to have every level the workers to be trained, right from the operators level to the field level in the production, and finally into the sales or into the development part of it. This concludes, and again, as I said, it's a challenging times the flavor industry is undergoing, and the trend is now more and more towards the naturals. And having said that, it's not easy, but that is a trend that is moving up. In the coming days, this is how the trend is going to be like. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swaminathan. You have very well highlighted the role of flavors in various foods and the trends that are taking place due to globalization and the challenges which we shall be facing in future. I would request Mr. Sanjay Harlalka to come up and present the memento to Mr. Swaminathan, as he has to take a flight back home. Our next speaker would be Satish Kolhe. He is Head, Product Safety and Regulatory Affairs at Jeevadan, South Asia. Satish Kolhe is Regulatory Head, Product Safety and Regulatory Affairs, Jeevadan, South Asia. He is a renowned food technologist with a well-rounded, multidisciplinary experience of 11 plus years in reputed and multinational corporations like Jeevadan, PepsiCo, and so on. He has a unique combination of experiences and exposures in the areas of regulatory, compliance, and advocacy aspects of flavor and food industry. Satish is well versed with area of flavor compliance, global and regional, FSSAI, Codex, US FDA, pharma, Femagra substances, product registrations, food chains, labeling, nutrient profiling, food additives, food safety, import-export norms, legal metrology, quality, and food safety management systems. There's BRC, FSSC, 22000, ISO, HACCP, ISO 9000 as well. He is member of regulatory committees of FAFAI, SIFTI, CII, PFN, DAI, and FICCI Codex, CELL. He recently took over as India Chair of IOF India Task Force. Mr. Satish Kolhe, please take over.
And thanks to FAFAI management for giving me this opportunity. It's great honor and great pleasure to be here and talking on regulatory subjects. So here I'm going to talk about food and flavor regulatory. What I will cover through my presentation, I will touch on what is a regulatory, what it means, who cares for regulatory, why it is needed. I will talk about FSSAI regulation, what in FSI regulation, what are the major regulation and chronology of the act from the PFA to FSSAI. Then I will touch on Codex, who is a global regulator, and then I will talk about specific to flavor regulation, what are the content of our FSSAI 3.3.1 clause and what are the limitations. Again, I'm going to talk about those associations working in the flavor advocacy area, and then I will talk about current concerns, current issue of flavor industry, how that impacting to industry, and then what way forward for that. And last but not least, what the way forward, what we need, I'm going to talk about that. So talking on the first, what is a regulatory? If you think about regulatory, it can summarizes in the three parameters. First is a product, food or flavor safety, whether ingredient or flavor ingredient is safe or not, whether it is a food grade or not. That is the first parameter. Second is a regulatory compliance. It's nothing but the dosage limit, what we're talking about. So how much is that ingredient is permitted in the flavor, or how much is that flavor is permitted into the end product of food product. So that is the second parameter. That is the first parameter. And third one is a transparency. So if you see on the packaging, what are the information which is a mandatory to manufacturer declare on his product, which consumer has right to know about that product, so that consumer can make informed choices about that product. So all these three terms covers the regulatory. So here if you see any food product package, these are the information which is mandatory from the regulatory side, which you need to write: food product name, nutrition, ingredient list, manufacturing address. If you making any claim related to nutrition claim, health claims, or dietary claims like your product is halal certified or kosher certified or vegan certified, allergen declaration, nutritional information, which are a mandatory parameter, you have to, food businesses have to mention. I'm going to talk about later on what for the flavor manufacturer needs to declare on their label in the next slides. So who cares for the regulatory? So those are businesses involved in the food and flavor, they have to care. But the first we see with the customer. In the flavor business, we're dealing with B2B companies, and those are our customers. They have some regulation requirement for the end product, so they have to care. While adding our flavor, they have to see how much dosage of our flavor into their product, what are the additive we have added. Second is important is consumer, who is going to consume that product with our flavor. And if you see now, the new generation is more aware about the food regulations and label declarations, so that they're making informed choices about their health, and they also know the regulatory norms same time. So consumer also caring about regulations. Third is the shareholders. Those people invested in our company, they want to, basis the reputation, they want to increase the market size and volume. So they also care for the regulations. So if any serious, failure in regulatory compliance happen, if you go back 3 years back, there was an issue with Maggi noodles. And Maggi found with a high content of lead and MSG, and at that time they were a category leader in the Maggi noodles. But if you see current their position, they are below 50%. At that time they have a 90% share in the Maggi noodles. So that is a regulatory failure, leads them the business loss. And last, health authority is another. That is a legal body who has a power to make regulations, so that all the businesses in the food and flavor operate in the regulatory framework. Within that framework, what they have developing for the country. And here is FSSAI for food, flavor and food. So talking about FSSAI, who is our country regulator, it is autonomous body, comes under the Health and Family Welfare Ministry. So if you see the chronology, the act passed in 2006, authority established in 2008, but actual implementation, if you see, is started from the 2011. So what is the objective of FSSAI? If you see, they have a power to mandate, making science-based standards for the food article, and they has authority to regulate businesses involved in the food and flavor manufacturers, distributions, their supply chain, their import. So anything related to food, they have authority to regulate. On why they're regulating? To ensure, wholesome and safe food for the citizen, wholesome and safe food for the human consumption. So talking about what in FSSAI, what is FSSAI regulation? So it talks about 6 major regulation. If you see first regulation which talks about, licensing and registration. So all the businesses which are operating in the food and flavoring domain, they have to, get license from FSSAI. So below 12 lakhs, they have to get license from the state FDA, and more than that, they have to get license from the central FSSAI office. So in that regulation speaks about what are the conditions to getting license, which FBO, FBO means food business operator or flavor business operator, needs to meet that conditions, and then only they get the license. Second regulation is packaging and labeling, which talks about what are the, requirement of your product label, which you need to print on your product or flavor label. Third regulation is about, which is very important regulation, food product standards and food additive standards, which talks about what are the standards, vertical and horizontal standards for your food product, and what are the standards for food additive which going into those food products. So here flavor regulation comes under this act. Fourth regulation is prohibition and restriction on the sales, which talks about what are the things which we can't sell in a market. For example, in edible oil, we can't add oil. So that comes under, this kind of things comes under this regulation. Fourth one is contamination, toxins and residues, which talks about each product, what are the limit from the, what are the limit of pesticide, what are the limit of heavy metals. So this regulation talks about all these contaminants and pesticide residues for each product category. Fifth regulation, so sixth regulation is a laboratory and sampling analysis. So this is for enforcement agency. Whenever a food inspector come to your factory and they're collecting sample, there is a separate regulation. You need to go through that. There is a method how they need to collect the sample, and how they handle it, how they send it to enable aggregate lab, and what notice, in which format they have to send you. So everything you could see in this regulation. And lastly, just addition of food product standards and food additive regulation, that is recently happened harmonization under the clause of 3.1. So this is the summarized FSSAI rule for food and flavor. So this is, this is FSSAI website which recently they have developed, and this is very easy compared to earlier website. If you see, easy to search, and you could see here there is one regulatory portal, FSSAI has developed, which is One Nation, One Food Law, which is similar to One Nation, One Tax. You could see here, all the information related to different topic. So you just need to click on each topic and you could get there. Food standards, food import, which we use regularly, those norms, you could see here on one portal. So this is very easy to see and easy to read as well. So here is a Codex Alimentarius. This is an organization which working under the umbrella of WHO, World Health Organization, and Food Agriculture Organization, that is FAO of United Nations. So more than 200 countries are member of Codex. They are the global regulator, I would say. They facilitating, the purpose of that is making global standards for the food and flavor so that there will be no trade barrier. So they're making global standards for food. They're making code of practices for your food safety, food labeling. And if you see, FSSAI has done a lot of harmonization with local standards to the Codex standards. If you see here the icons, those are existing standards FSI has. They harmonizes with the Codex and added with the best international practices on the food part. So earlier, if you see in 2012, we have only 370 food standards, but now we have a 12,000 standards, which is a global standards harmonized with the Codex on the food part. So coming back to the flavor, what is a flavor? If you see the definition which Codex written in their Codex guideline is the substances or product that added to the food to impart, modify and enhance the flavor of food. Our definition is also close to that definition, which is saying that the flavor preparations are the flavor substance, flavor extract or flavor preparation which are capable of imparting flavor properties, namely taste and odor of the food. So flavoring substances are different from the food additives. Here food additives has an INS number. For flavoring, no INS number is applicable. They have a either JECFA number or FEMA number, depend on which agency evaluated that molecule. And again, if you see the food additive, they are used mostly for technological function in the food, but where flavoring used mainly for the taste and other purpose, you know. And then flavoring is a combination of different molecules where the food additive is a single substances. So coming to our FSSAI regulation, what in our regulations? So as I said, our flavoring regulation covered under the foods product and food additive regulation. Under that clause 3.3.1, which talks about flavor, flavoring agent and related substance. And what we have in that regulation, first we have a definition of three legal status, three classes of flavorings. Most of countries, they have only two classes, natural and artificial. But for India, if you see, we have three classes. I would say these definitions, if you compare with the Codex definitions, these definitions are limited, not much explanation on each definition. Natural definition, if you see, this is the, as per our definition, flavor preparation or single substance which obtained exclusively by physical process from vegetable. But which are the physical processes? Definition does not talking about that, like filtration, fermentation, solvent extraction. Those are methods which comes under natural processes. Our regulation doesn't talk about it. Nature identical, which is second class, we have the substances which are chemically isolated from the aromatic materials, and those are obtained by synthetically or artificial process. And those substances we can found in the natural product. So those substances are identical to the substance present in the natural form. So artificially is completely artificially or synthetically prepared, and those substances we would not get in the natural substances present in the natural product. So another content of our regulation, if you see, what are the parameters that making India suitable formulation? If you see in our regulation talking about 3-4 additive functional classes. What are those classes? One is antioxidant, emulsifying agent, stabilizing agent, and preservative. Under that, our regulation doesn't talk about which are the specific additives come under and that are suitable for flavor formulations. There is a restriction on 2% silicon dioxide, which we cannot add more than 2%. There are 11 flavoring forbidden compound in our regulation, which we can't add. If any flavor composition contain one of that compound, that means that formulation is not suitable for India. What are those? If you see coumarin, dihydrocoumarin, toncabin, estragol, ethyl methyl ketone, ethyl phenyl glycidate, methyl naphthyl ketone, saprols, isosaprol. These are 11 compounds we call as a negative list. And on the solvent part, we have two solvent comes under negative list, that is diethylene glycol and monoethyl ether. Those are forbidden solvents. And the flavor of flavoring, which should not be adulterated, not contaminated. So that is again requirement. So talking about the label declaration parts, first I will talk about what are the, our APO, food business operator, what they need to declare on the flavor side. So if you're selling your flavor, so end product manufacturer, what they need to declare, that is, they don't need to declare the flavor under their ingredient list. Only there is a one sentence they have to write, the product contains added flavor, and with that they have to write the type of flavoring, which type of flavor, natural, nature identical, artificial. Only in case of artificial, they have to write the common name of flavoring. That artificial flavor is a strawberry or chocolate. And coming back to flavor manufacturer, what they have written on their label, so they have to write the name of product, name of flavor, ingredient list of flavor, not in detail, but which are the additive they have added, which are the foodstuff ingredient like maltodextrin, propylene glycol, benzyl alcohol. Those are carrier they have to mention under the ingredient list. I'm talking this on flavor label. Net weight they have to mention, legal status, the flavor is which type of flavoring, they are selling this to food manufacturer. Manufacturer address, manufacturer by, consignee address, who they're shipping that, batch number, lot number, base before, expiry date as well. FSSAI logo with license number, this is a mandatory for all business operator in flavors. Not for retail sale, because we are not sending this product for final consumer consumption. So this is going to for retail market, and then retail, those are end customer, they are using our small quantity of flavor into their product. So this is not for direct human consumption. So that line is important, that writing not for retail sales. Veg logo if your product is veg, allergen declaration, that is also mandatory. That is not mandatory from legal perspective, but making consumer aware that this product contains peanut or gluten, that kind of information. So if you talk about what are the limitations, our regulation. First regulation limit is that our regulation comes under the additive. And as I said, additives and flavorings are different substances. So we don't have a separate regulation. Whatever we have, very limited information in our regulation. Officially, there is no reference, which are the substances we can use in flavoring. Though we're referring, those substances for FEMA and JECFA we are using now. But if you ask me, in FSSAI, anywhere that written, there is no official reference for that. So there is no officially accepted global reference list from FEMA, JECFA, Codex, and IPSA reference list. There is no sufficient information in our regulation which talks about which recent trends in flavoring, that process, thermal flavoring modified property, that is FMP, which is a recent trends in flavor. So our regulation doesn't talk about it. So what is the impact of that? Being a regulatory person, I know how many requests I receive from flavorists on the formulation change, because any formulation is suitable here but does not suitable to other countries. So that goes for reformulations, and that will increase the cost, because same formula we can't distribute to other countries. You have to replace that material. And in any formula, replacing material, particularly in flavor, it is not that easy job, because you have to same time keep the profile in mind. So there is a limitation of innovation. Frequent questions we receive at custom, because they have also not clarity what material we're importing. So a lot of time we have give the clarification, and that is very frequent nowadays. And there is a classification issue. If we distribute, for India we have 3 classes, and most of countries I said 2 classes. So that is again issue. So in the declaration part of flavor. So talking about those associations working in the flavor advocacy, first is a FAFAI, which is a pioneer association in fragrance and flavor industry, which is a strong voice of India, I would say, in fragrance and flavor market. Started in 1949 to promote flavor and fragrances. If you see the FAFAI, which is not covered and not limited only with the fragrances and FAFAI, they also covers essential oils, aroma chemicals, oleoresins, concentrates, and spice extract as well. And if you see there, more than 800 plus members they have. And they also, supporting members on the policy and regulatory impacts, and making, also support on the business networking. And this is a gathering in that objective. Talking about second, which is dominant organization in India, is FICCI, which is working in all the sector, and in food they have a CIFTI wing. So they also support, they act at a middleman, or breeze between industry and government. So whatever industry concern, they help you to represent, to raise your voice. They also support you on business networking. I also part of their codex, regulatory committee, so they helping, and that is FSSAI nominated body that they have to lead the codex initiative, and they have to take support from industry on codex harmonization. So this remaining 2 global associations working in the flavor forum. First is a FEMA-GRAS, that is a Flavor and Extract Manufacturer Association of India, US, sorry. FEMA was established in 1909 and working under the FDA for flavor safety. So those are, flavoring substances FEMA evaluate for their safety, and they publishes their GRAS list that is generally recognized as a safe. Once any molecule has a FEMA number, that means that molecule is suitable to use for human consumption or use in a flavor formula. They also promotes global harmonization of flavoring and flavor safety. IOFI, which is International Organization of Flavor Industry, which is very active organization in flavor advocacy worldwide, established in 1969, which is to be a global voice of flavor industry. They has a official observer status at Codex Alimentarius body. They assist, members and different associations at local and global levels, addressing flavoring, regulatory, safety, advocacy, industry support. So whatever support their member association needed in terms of regulatory, product safety, they are there to support that, because they have a good knowledge and good science and importantly, that they have put together, all the agency lists, like those are molecules which evaluated from the FEMA, those are evaluated from JECFA, those are evaluated from IPSA. So they have put together all the list of more than 4,000 flavoring molecules, which is a compendium, and that is as a reference which any country, want to make a regulation, and that is a ready-made book that these are the, global agencies which approved this, and as it is, they need to just adopt it because there is no need further safety evaluation of it. So IFE has a very active role in terms of making regulation of any countries. So talking about last 4-5 years, what we have done through flavor associations, if you see here, FSSAI started, harmonization in 2013 with food products, and same time they asked on the flavor at that point. So IOFE initiated this work. So they developed, using Codex as a benchmark, industry guidelines for India. And first seminar IOFE organized in Mumbai on the Codex harmonization in 2016, and then 2018 we have a meeting with all these associations, FAFAI, FICCI, CII. At that time, FSI called us in terms of making flavor regulation, and we had a meeting with all these associations, and we had a chance to meet FSI scientific panel in 2018 where we discuss. I will update you in next slides, and we all know that Government of India rolled out GST 2 years back, and at that time, if you see the tax bracket for the HSN, which fall under 2103 and 2106, we call as a food flavoring, they categorize under higher bracket, that is 28%, the slab which is applicable for luxurious items, and if you see the flavorings, is not luxurious. So jointly, IOFI and FAFAI represented on this matter, and we got success here that after 2 months, government reduces, rates on those flavorings from 28 to 18%. So further, we flavor industry working all these associations for making regulations for India, and on top of it, IOFE and FICCI has taken the initiative that they're making, all the food manufacturer and flavor manufacturer, creating awareness about the food molecules, flavor safety molecules to them. So that initiative they're doing continuously. They had 2 seminars, one in Delhi, and just last week they had in Mumbai, and maybe in June and July it will be in Bangalore again on the food and flavoring safety molecules to create flavor molecule, safety, how the methods, how FEMA evaluate it, what are the methods, and how they assign the FEMA number or JECFA numbers. So giving that knowledge to industry, not only limited to the flavor industry, but again, they're reaching to food industry also so they should not consider flavor is a chemical. If you see normally all people consider, though the flavor is natural, they consider, as a chemical. So making, elimination, and flavor contains some chemical, but not its full 100% chemical. So making them aware that flavor is, safe and fit for human consumption, and it is not a chemical 100%. So we had a meeting last year with FSSAI scientific panel where we discussed what existing regulation we have, that is 3.3.1, what are the content of that regulation, and what are the limitations of that regulation. Again, FSI asked us to give information on the global reference list, where the person from FEMA has given that information. IOFE also talked about Codex JECFA and EU regulations. So we have submitted them whatever list we call as a GRL list to them. And then we also discussed on what guidelines from Codex we have on all terminology. So if you see current issue, expectation, and from association and regulations, so currently we all know that we have not full-fledged or a limited regulation what we have, and we need to harmonize that regulation with the Codex, and we need those molecules approved by FEMA, JECFA, and IPSA that need to be officially registered in our regulations. So as I said already, what impact because of limited regulation we have, and what we need to do. So all the flavor manufacturer, those involved in this flavor manufacturing, distribution, supply chain, they need to come together and they need to demonstrate an active position in the regulation making. And we need to build, common goal that this is our final destination, which we want to make through all the stakeholders involved in the flavor manufacturing supply chain. We need to continuous dialogues with the regulator with unified approach. We need to sit on the table with the same voice, and this is what our proposal to FSSAI. Currently, I tell you the update which I got from FICCI last month, that FSI asked them that they are making regulation of flavoring, and they asked FICCI to give us information on whatever molecules currently flavor industry are using. So we have to, as a flavor industry, with unified approach, we need to do the representation on this. And what information I got from one of person from scientific panel, that FSSAI is not ready to adopt a approval by reference to the FEMA, JICFA, and EU list. Approval by reference, they are ready to accept existing lists, whatever we have, and any new addition, they are ready to go by approval by submission. But in my opinion, industry need to raise the voice that whatever existing list and any addition that list which has a JICFA codex number, we need to go by approval by reference number rather than going by approval by submission. Because what we had experience in the product approval, once they have a, approval process, timeline is not defined from their side. So once we submit that, it will take maybe a month or 6 months or maybe 2 years. In some cases of product approval, I have seen many products not approved since 2 years. So we don't want that repeat in the flavor case. So with unanimous voice, we need to talk that we need a approval by reference to existing list, as well as addition of any molecule in that list from FEMA, JICFA, as it is and automatic it get approved for India. So what you need, if you see, why we doing this is only for consumer safety, and that is our priority. So what we need to do again, we need to positive participation with the authority, all the stakeholders involved in the flavoring supply chain. They need to comment, they need to give their input in regulation making to the regulator. What we need, we don't want, more burden of requirement. Regulation is there to facilitate the business, and same time taking care of consumer safety as well. We don't want regulation who killing the business, right? So no more, overloading burden of requirement. And what we want, hopes of good tomorrow. So here I'm ending my talk. If any questions, you can write to me on my email ID here.
Thank you, Satish. You have very well covered a very important topic and the developments that are going to take place at FSSAI. We need to really take care to take our requirements to the FSSAI, especially the essential oils which are used in India, which are made in India, they all need to be covered. The legislations that are going to take place, we all need to be very active and get them included. I would invite the next speaker, the last speaker, Dr. Sudhir Mistry, to give his presentation. He is a senior flavorist at Simrise Asia Pacific, Singapore. Dr. Sudhir Mistry has done his doctorate in food technology from University Institute of Chemical Technology, formerly UDCT. He is actively associated with flavor and fragrance industry for the last 20 years. He has worked with various FMCG companies like Hindustan Lever, Balsara Home Products, Dabur India, and working with Simrise as a senior flavorist for the last 12 years. His area of expertise are creations of flavors, product development, quality control of essential oils, and application. He has attended and presented papers at various national and international seminars, conferences. He has published various papers in national as well as international journals of repute. He is a member of Core Committee of MSME, Government of India, for the promotion of essential oils and allied industries. Dr. Sudhir Mistry, please.
Good afternoon. We are running behind our schedule, so I will try to make my presentation quick and crispy. Let me first thank Mr. Madhusudanji for giving a nice introduction of mine. Yeah. So I will be talking on emerging global flavor trends. Mr. Swaminathan has already touched upon some global flavor trends, but I will try to cover in a various segments, and I will try to give you with some products from the international market, so you will understand how the market is changing. Okay. So my flow of the presentation will be, I will be talking little bit about flavor market, global as well as APAC region. I will cover little bit about India as well. Then I will talk about the various flavor trends in the different categories. Then we'll touch upon little bit upon opportunity and challenges, and we'll conclude our session. So if you can see it, the global flavor fragrance market has reached US dollar 29.6 billion in 2018, an increase of almost 4.8% compared to previous year, which was US dollar 28.2 billion. Now these figures have arrived from our summarized market research and in coordination with IL report 2018. So this was the latest figures. So I know these figures are very contradictory, but it is very difficult to get to calculate these figures from the various market segments. If you consider the growth annual CAGR, it will be growing at 4.9% for the next 3 years till 2022, and it will reach 36 billion, yeah, which is very significant. If you consider the total world market, the flavor accounts for almost 56%, whereas fragrances account for the 44%. If you compare the APAC figures of flavor and fragrance market, it is almost 12.4 billion in 2018, the increase of almost 6.5% compared to previous year, which was around 11.65 billion. Okay, here I have tried to compare the various flavor and fragrance market figures for comparison purpose. And if you can see that the global flavor market is almost 16.48 in 2018. If compared with the APAC, it is almost 7.02. And you can, if you see the growth, the global flavor market is increasing at the rate of 4.9%, whereas APAC market is growing at 7.1%. And if we compare global and APAC with the India market currently it's 0.77 US billion, but it is growing at almost 13%. And for the next 4 years up to 2022, it will reach about 1.27 billion. So it is increasing almost 15.3% year, which is almost 3 times more than a global and APAC market. So you can see there is a huge potential for the Indian flavor industry to grab this opportunity and move ahead. And just for comparison, I have given you the fragrance market of global, APAC as well as India. Okay, now we'll move to the next slide. Here I have divided the various flavor market segments for ease of understanding and calculation. So you can see that there are 5 major flavor cluster or flavor segments. The first one is the sweet, which is again a combination of bakery, confectionery and dairy. Then beverages, there are different categories like carbonated, alcoholic, ready to drink, then dry beverages, and then flavor water, etc. Then savory, all. Here we have calculated based on meat, savory, convenience food and snacks. Then oral care and pharmaceutical is a toothpaste, mouthwashes, vitamin formulas, sports nutritions. And we talk about the other flavors, it is pet food, animal feed, infant nutrition and tobacco. So you can see in 2018, the beverage was the biggest end-use market sector for the flavor with a share of almost 33%, followed by dairy 13%, confectionery and bakery at 9.5% each. Savory was 25 and oral care pharmaceutical 6% and the other category was 4%. If you compare the APAC market, you can see that again the beverage was at 32%, 30%, followed by savory around 28.5%. And if you combine the sweet category, which is bakery, confectionery and dairy, it is almost 32%, followed by oral care and 5.5, and the other flavor is 4%. So the end category is almost similar compared to global and APAC market. Now we will talk about some trends in the various flavor sector, and the biggest sector, as I told you, is the beverage. So you can see that the consumers are looking for various botanical, floral notes, savory notes, sour notes, bitter ingredients notes in their flavor profiles. Even there is a big trend for the herb flavor beverages. There is an increased use of mint and basil in mainstream products. Even drinking vinegar is becoming a fashion and lot of green notes are coming into the drinks. There is a boom in the natural and organic beverage sector with more product offerings with different added nutrients, and fortification is becoming very important by addition of various ingredients like protein, fiber, probiotic, prebiotic, antioxidant and omegas. Now the opportunity here is these all ingredients have a off taste, so you can use more amount of flavor to mask this off taste so that your consumption of flavor can go up. Another big trend is the taste modulation. Consumers are looking for more fat and less sugar, less salt type of products. So taste modulation techniques are becoming very important, and we are using lot of flavors to improve the mouthfeel sensation and so that the experience of the consumer is not compromised. So these are some of the products from the market. I will talk about this. First one is two different flavors with caramel and coffee and chocolate, and both are sugar free and using aspartame and sulfame as a sweetener. Now this one is a Suja organic. It's containing turmeric as the main note. So turmeric is again coming back as a main flavor. Then ginger ale beverage is another good offering in the market with the bubbly refreshment. And these are some of the blossom waters, and they are having a very good flavors in the direction of mango and berry and hibiscus, and these are containing lot of ingredients like probiotics. So these are some of the products which are trending in the market, global market. Now we'll go to the sweet category. Now again, sweet category is very big, containing confectionery as well as dairy. So in this category, the savory flavors are becoming very trendy in the yogurt category. Yogurt is like a curd, and you can see there are a lot of papers, different type of papers are coming up with citrus, maple and smoke flavors to round out the heat. So we are using some sweet notes to round out the heat character. Cookie and cake flavors are also becoming very trendy in the ice cream and yogurt categories. Another big trend is the coffee. Cold brew coffee is coming in the milk category, the ready to drink milk. Then matcha, which is another Japanese green tea, is known for the health benefit, is becoming a good drink in the dairy category, and it is earlier one the green tea was considered to be Asian, but now it is becoming very trendy in the global category. And there are some combinations of chocolate, caramel and coffee which are coming up in the yogurt category. So there are a lot of new flavors coming in the yogurt category. Okay. And you can see some products which are, this one is choose from in the confectionery category, and it is suitable for vegan and vegetarians. Then these are the Norskar yogurts with different probiotics, different culture is from Iceland, and you can see the flavors are very trendy, like combination of blueberry, lavender, gooseberry, elderflower and matcha tea. And there is Nestle Kit Kat, which is again with the chocolate with the green tea. So these are some of the very popular products in the global market. In addition to this, vegetables are also coming and becoming very acceptable. And even these vegetables, like a classic example is cucumber. Cucumber, due to its freshness and gentle character, is becoming a very trendy drink in beverages and in some sweet categories, and people are liking it, and the cucumber is replacing the fruits as well. Okay. Now we'll talk a little bit about the products in the savory category. As you say, in savory, people are becoming more health conscious, and the better for you snacks are growing because consumer is thinking about food and drink in terms of preventive health. So the classic example is a popcorn. Popcorn is a very flavor friendly, ready to eat product, and it is having a very high health perception among the consumer, and is making it is a very perfect snacks. Other than these cheese snacks, even though it is having a very nutritional drawbacks, are very popular with very high market share. In addition to, there are some ingredients like containing ancient grains, root vegetables, seaweeds. They are bringing the health to the salty snack category. Other than these, there are some small packs or single serve packages. They are becoming very attractive to young consumers. And other than this, there is a shift to plant-based derivatives, which has led to the desire for the meaty flavors without the actual meat. So people are becoming very experimental, and they are trying various kind of flavors in different type of foods. So here are some products which are very popular. So one is Hershey's Snacks Mix, which is having a very sweet and salty flavors. Then there is a Benito's, which is having a sea salt flavor, and it's very popular in USA. And then this is a Rice Bites, which is having a flavor of seaweed and Thai sticky rice. So these are some of the products from the savory category. Okay, now we'll talk about little bit about the oral care. Now you can see with the emergence of herbal and natural category or natural products due to some homegrown companies like Patanjali, Dabur, Himalaya, there is a strong sort of renaissance in the oral care category. The consumers have realized that the age-old wisdom and traditional science is good for long-term health and beauty. Okay, so there are a lot of trends happening in the oral care category. The biggest trend is the natural and herbal category, and there are a lot of products by all the multinational as well as the local company. They are coming up with the various flavors combination. And in these products, the most important is the sweetener replacement. You know, currently toothpaste uses saccharin as a sweetener, but now they are coming up with alternative sweeteners like xylitol, stevia, and that is basically due to the trend of clean label. Okay. So as I told you, Ayurvedic herbal products and lifestyles are experiencing a sort of renaissance globally. Okay. The millennials are expecting more. It is not, oral care is not just about functional cleaning. It is increasingly becoming lifestyle, self-expression. And one more thing, the line between the beauty care and the oral care is blurring. Now oral care is becoming more and more being part of overall beauty regime. It is no more just you have to brush your teeth in the morning. So now it is becoming a part of your beauty. Okay. And the biggest trend is now the old things are coming back. Like old things in our old days, people used to brush your teeth with charcoal. Now charcoal, there is a strong boom for the charcoal coming back in the oral care category. Then there is a oil pulling concept which is there in the Ayurveda. Now it is catch a big trend in USA. And coconut oil in your toothpaste is becoming another one big trend in the oral category. So you can see some of the products, this highly white which is containing xylitol as an alternate sweetener. Then the Jason C Fresh, which is having a type of sea salts and different flavors like spearmint, parsley seed. And these are some of the flavors which are focusing more on the natural flavors with great emphasis on the white background and clean label positioning. So people are liking the natural trend in a big way. Okay. So now we'll talk a little bit about the opportunities in the flavor market. Now the theme of our seminar is the new growth story, India. So everybody knows India is a land of opportunities. We have different type of soils and climates, and we can grow different kinds of plants and natural. Now there is a big demand for the exotic and natural flavor, so we have a great scope for cultivation of all these aromatic crops. Okay? And due to increase of natural products, there is a shortage of certain materials. So because there is not enough stock of all these natural raw materials and botanicals, but this will offer excellent opportunity for the farmers to grow these exotic plants which are of high commercial value. As I told you, the climate diversity of India is very important, and that will help to domesticate or to Indianize some of the exotic herbs which are in short supply and which needs to be imported. So we can grow in our country. Okay? And this will not only supplement the internal demands, but will also save substantial foreign exchange. And the farmers are always looking for new way to grow different crops. So I think, and we are working very closely with the Ministry of Essential Oil Board, and we are promoting farmers to grow exotic plants like patchouli, geranium, vetiver, so that they can earn more from their farming. Now, what are the challenges? The biggest challenge is the regulatory, because it is regulatory compliance is very complex, and because due to various conflicting worldwide requirements. And as Mr. Satish has told in his presentation, like our flavor fragrance are not aligned with the global body, so we have to be very careful with what we are manufacturing and what we are supplying to our customer. Okay, so these challenging regulations will weed out or will remove the small unorganized sectors, and at least they will be restricted from exporting to the developed markets or to selling to the large, because nowadays the regulation is very important. The suppliers or buyer, they are always asking lot of documentation, and if you are not able to service all these documents, then it's no point buying material from these suppliers. And this increase in regulatory compliances will provide opportunity to the companies to make solid commitment to operate according to the global regulations. There is one more challenge. There is a growing demand for vegan population, and this is affecting our flavor growth of the flavor market, because the vegan diet is strongly favors the animal rights, and they do not consume any products or use any products like eggs, dairy products, honey, leather, fur and silk which are derived from the animal. So this can negatively impact the growth of the milk market, flavor milk market in the next few years. Okay. Another important thing is the sustainable source. With the new focus on sustainable ingredient, some ingredients are going to phase out, so we have to work in order to replace this ingredient. So sustainability is becoming very important for our flavor industry. So in conclusion, we will say that flavor market is expected to be very country specific and complex, where the formulations and flavors are varying from region to region within the countries. The rising disposable income in developing countries like India and China, and with the rapid population growth and busy lifestyle pattern, is increasing the demand for processed food and beverages, thereby increasing the demand for the flavor in the market. There is an increased demand for ready-to-eat processed and canned foods, and that is also driving the flavor industry across the globe. Currently, the flavor and fragrance industry is going through a tough phase due to increasing raw material prices, and at the same time the reducing prices of our flavor blends. So we have to be very careful. So we have to do a lot of work in terms of finding the alternative source of suppliers to meet the profitability. As I told you, these flavor and fragrance companies are doing a lot of research about sustainable methods and practices to ensure that consumers are getting what they desire for without affecting the environment. Nowadays, customers are also interested to know what are the ingredients are used on the products, and whether companies are using sustainable methods to produce these ingredients or not. So the clean label is becoming very important in today's scenario. As I told you, there is a surge in the natural market, and the growth in natural essential oils and extracts is outpacing the other flavor segments, as consumers around the world is increasingly demanding products with natural and organic ingredients. There is a demand for organic ingredients also, but it is not catching up still, because there are very few suppliers of organic ingredients. But that will be a next boom in the coming years. If I see the various trends across all the categories, the trends like sustainable, clean label, premium quality, natural and authentic flavors, bold and exotic flavors, floral flavors, convenience, health and wellness. These are some of the common trends across all the categories. Okay. So flavors which are unique, novel and sensational, they are becoming very popular. Consumer is ready to try various new flavors and they are ready to experiment. So these are becoming very acceptable in the flavor market. And capturing all these trends and transforming them into the new value proposition will decide the success of our flavor companies. So that is all about, thank you very much for your kind patience. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Simrise management for allowing me to present this paper, and thanks to FAFAI organizing committee for inviting me to deliver this interesting lecture, and thanks to my colleagues Arvind for helping me to put this presentation in a proper format. So thank you very much for your kind patience. Thank you.
Dr. Sudhir Mistry for highlighting the trend in the global flavor market. Since we are running out of time, I would quickly ask Mr. Rao of CEC to do the honors and present a memento to Dr. Sudhir Mistry.
I would like to thank Mr. Madhusudan Modi for being the chairperson, and I would like to invite Mr. Shaishav to present a memento to Mr. Madhusudan Modi. I would now request everyone to have lunch and join us for the concluding ceremony at 3:30. Thank you so much.
I would like to invite all the committee members to please come on the dais. I would kindly request Mr. President Hasmukh Bhai, he's here. Vice President Rishabh, he's here. Honorary Secretary Kamlesh Bhai, he's here. Joint Secretary Sanjay ji, please. Then Seminar Committee Chairman Hitesh Mehta ji. Seminar Committee Online Sachin Penkar. Mr. Sachin Penkar. I think he might be coming. Then Seminar Committee Logistics Jameen Thakur. Regional Secretary Shailendra ji. He's here. Okay. Also, we would like to invite our Treasurer Tarun Rao ji. Tarun, I would like to call on Mr. Vice President Rishabh Kothari. Please come and say something about this conclusion session.
Good afternoon, dear friends. I think this is a session where actually, rather than us speaking, what we would really like is to hear all of you. And before we do that, we will be honoring or actually acknowledging the contribution of some of the people who have behind the scenes helped us in so many ways. People of that various teams which have worked so tirelessly to make this event possible, as well as our sponsors, people who have supported us so very generously. And as I mentioned, most importantly, we would like to hear from you. But before we embark on that, I want to just say that whatever has happened in the last few days, we have made an honorable and a sincere effort to bring what possibly could be the best seminar for all of you. I'm sure that there were lapses. I'm sure there were things which could have been done better. And I can assure you that we will all endeavor to fill those gaps in future. But I will solicit your generosity, your large-heartedness to overlook those lapses, because this is a mammoth task, and I think every member of FAFAI is like a host to this event. This is not an exclusive managing committee event. So thank you all for being here, supporting us in every possible way. But most importantly, as I said, we solicit your constructive criticism as well as your generosity in filling these lapses. And you will be hearing so many people, about so many people here, they will be honored. But I think finally all credit goes to the captain of any team. So I would like all of you to raise your hands and give a loud applause to Hasmukh Bhai for bringing us this show and also leading this team so very well. Thank you. रोहित भाई, you want to say something? आप वहाँ बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे साथ भी कर लो. सर, मोदी जी की बात तो सुननी पड़ेगी.
अब आपने मना किया, मैं क्या करता. Congratulations, हसमुख भाई, हितेश भाई and the team, जितने डाइस पे बैठे हैं और जो डाइस पे नहीं हैं और जिन्होंने बहुत मेहनत की. A round of applause for all of them, please, once again. इजाजत हो तो दो तीन चीजें मन में है, सबकी तरफ से पूछना चाहता हूं. अलाउड? रूम्स का नहीं पूछूंगा. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, मुझे खुद को दुख हुआ जब हम स्पीकर्स को डाइस पे बैठाया और यहाँ सुनने वाले इससे भी आधे थे. तो जो स्पीकर आता है हमारा, उसको हम किसी तरीके से अपने मेंबर्स को थोड़ा सा मोटिवेट करने के लिए कुछ करें कि जब स्पीकर डाइस पे आके कुछ हमें समझाना चाहता है, शेयर करना चाहता है, तो ऑडियंस भी कम से कम 1500 नहीं हो तो कम से कम 200 आदमी तो बैठा दिखे कि स्पीकर को भी बोलने में मज़ा है. मैं खुद चेयर पे था और अंकित ने जब थोड़ा दिया तो शायद 100-125 लोग थे, लेकिन जब दूसरे सर बोले तो 40 आदमी भी नहीं थे. तो मैं खुद अंदर से गिल्टी फील कर रहा था. तो ये हम कर नहीं सकते ज़्यादा, पर कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि हम अपने मेंबर्स को किसी तरीके से मोटिवेट करें या ऐसे स्पीकर्स लेके आए जब वो नाम सुने कि अब ऋषभ का लेक्चर है तो 1000 आदमी बैठे, तरुण बोलने वाला है 1000 आदमी बैठे. कम से कम या तो हम अपनी तरफ से स्पीकर्स इतने मोटिवेटेड लाएं या हम मेंबर्स को मोटिवेट करें. मुझे पर्सनली लगा, बहुत गिल्टी फील हुआ कल देख के. ऐसा नहीं है कि पहले भी स्पीकर्स के टाइम पे 200-400 आदमी होते थे, लेकिन कल फ्रंट सीट सारी खाली थी. 3 आदमी बैठे थे, ऋषभ कोठारी, हितेश भाई और एक सज्जन और जिन्हें मैं नहीं जानता. बाकी पूरे इसमें कोई नहीं था. आप खुद सोचो, आज आप वहाँ बैठे और ये सारी सीट्स खाली हैं, आपको कैसा लग रहा होगा. तो स्पीकर का सोचो जिसको हम इतनी इज्जत से बुलाते हैं. तो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट इशू, या तो स्पीकर सिलेक्शन ठीक करें, और अगर स्पीकर्स अच्छे थे तो हम ऑडियंस को मोटिवेट करें कि उन्हें सुनने जरूर आए. दूसरा, सीक्वेंस ऑफ वर्क जो आप लोगों ने किया, मुझे नहीं पता होमवर्क में गलती हुई या एग्जीक्यूशन में गलती हुई. शब्दों से नहीं बताऊंगा क्या, आप सबको पता है मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूं. सीक्वेंस ऑफ वर्क हमारा लाइनअप होना चाहिए और उसी सीक्वेंस से चीजें चले, ताकि डाइस पे बैठने के बाद हम चीजें भूलें नहीं. जब हम डाइस पे होते हैं तो हम बहुत कंसर्न होते हैं सब कुछ ठीक हो, अच्छा हो जाए, गलती ना हो. ऑन हुआ है शो, गलती नहीं होनी चाहिए, पर उसी कौतूहल में, उसी टेंशन में हम चीज़ें शायद 1-2 करनी भूल जाते हैं, जो एक विषय बन जाती हैं पीठ पीछे डिस्कशंस का, गलतियां निकालने का. तो गलतियां नहीं निकालनी है, गलतियां ठीक करनी है, मैटर्स को सॉर्ट आउट करना है, क्योंकि फफाई हमारी अपनी है, हमारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जो इंटरनेशनली देखा जाता है. तो आगे कोई भी कमेटी होगी, जब भी कोई भी काम करेगी, तो एक आदमी उस कमेटी में से एंडोर्स कर दिया जाए कि उसकी ड्यूटी है, ये सीक्वेंस दे दिया है, इस सीक्वेंस से चीज़ें चले. क्योंकि डाइस पे से उठ के डाइस पे बैठे हुए मेंबर्स नहीं जा सकते. हमारा बैकहैंड कोई ना कोई होना चाहिए. हम करते थे, ऋषभ नोज, तरुण नोज. गलतियां हमने भी बहुत की हैं, उसी से सीखा है, पर वो फिर दिख रही हैं. वो ना दिखे तो फफाई का डेकोरम और ऊपर होगा. अगेन थैंकिंग यू सो मच मुझे सुनने के लिए, समझने के लिए. With a positive criticism, I appreciate the work you people have done immensely. Such a task, I know no one else can say. Very well done. Thank you so much.
You've been a platinum sponsor, a pillar of support for us. A few words from you.
Is it on? Yeah. You see, I've been attending all the FAFAI seminars, and even though we are becoming grander and bigger and so on, I find that the general level of content is going down. The speakers you have, some of them are very good people, but some more were not so good. I think that the choice of speakers and what is the content, because I remember when I started coming to FAFAI seminar, I used to look forward to lectures. We gain some knowledge from the lectures, which will help the business. But I find that in the last two seminars, this has been going down, the standard has been going down. On the other hand, the scale is going bigger and bigger. There's more show, there's more opulence and all that. But I think we should not forget that this association is meant to support the fragrance and flavor industry. Now, what are we doing to help the industry? That is a question the committee should ask themselves. I mean, in the last 12 months, what have you done which has helped the industry in any way? I know that you can't do too much because most of the industry is self-regulated and people who run the businesses, they know what they're doing. But as an association, by way of representation with the government or with other regulatory authorities, what has been our role? And if you have done something, we don't know about it. So that is the number two. Number three, I find, because I originally started as a flavor company, and today we do both flavors and fragrances. But I find that flavor business has always been given a stepmotherly treatment by the association. It is possible that because the number of people who are in aroma chemicals and trading and fragrances are more, the flavor people are less. But all the same, we call ourselves Fragrances and Flavors Association. And therefore, I would expect that the association will give at least 40%, if not 50-50, attention to the flavor business. And I had frankly been approached by you to chair a session on the 19th, which is yesterday. But I was at that time planning to go back on 19th, so I said I'm not available. But there are people who are more capable than me. There are people who have more depth than me in the business. And I think if you really try, you could get good speakers who can speak from the heart and share their feelings. Thank you.
Okay, so we would like to start honoring our prestigious sponsors. On a stage, first of all, we would like to call our platinum sponsor, Sonarom Fruit Arome, please. Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to start with the gold sponsors. Ashapura Aromas Private Limited. Are they there? Ashapura Aromas Private Limited. Oh, okay. IFF International Flavor and Fragrances. Can you please come? IFF, our gold sponsor. Feminic Aromatics Private Limited. Our gold sponsors, can you please come on the stage if they are here? SH Kelkar and Company Limited. Okay, nobody's here. S. Kushalchand International Private Limited. They are here, finally. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would like to invite Vimal Life Sciences Private Limited. I think food was too good, I think, yeah? Nobody's here. Okay, again I'll repeat if they're here. Ashapura Aromas Private Limited, IFF, Feminic, Keva, nobody is here. Okay, so now we will start with our silver sponsors. Aroma Corporation, welcome. Thank you, sir. Our another silver sponsor is CPL Aromas. CPL Aromas. They are not here. Okay. Karnataka Aromas. Are they there? Karnataka Aromas. Okay. SNS Associates Private Limited. Is anyone here from SNS? Oh, Sachin, you're okay.
I would like to add one more statement. Mr. Sachin Penkar from SNS Aroma, who is also a silver sponsor, but he was the most hard-working committee member who has put in the maximum effort for this seminar, and I want everybody to notice it. Thank you very much, Sachin. You are our Sachin Tendulkar.
Thank you, Sachin. Now we would like to invite our kit sponsorship, Jayashree Aromatics Private Limited, Hasmukh Bhai. Thank you, Hasmukh Bhai. You have been an amazing president. Now for entertainment, we are going to call on stage Rakesh, Sandal Industries. Mr. Dubey, if you are here. Anyone again back from gold sponsors? Ashapura, IFF, Feminic, Keva, Vimal Life Sciences Private Limited. Okay. Now we would like to invite our tea sponsors, Saptgir Camphor, Givaudan Private Limited. I'm surprised nobody is here to take their gifts. Come on. Are you crazy? Come on, Givaudan. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Another sponsor is Farm Aromatics Chemical. Are they here? You're welcome. They are our tea sponsors. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite our MC members without whom this FAFAI 2019 was not possible to be done, and they did a real good job. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Kedar Waze. Mr. Kedar Waze? Okay, he's not here again. Mr. Rohit Seth. Yeah, that's one of you. Okay, sorry, it's Dr. Rohit Seth. There is one more important person, not one, but a team who made this possible, and that's the team of this hotel. They have organized this session very beautifully, very patiently actually, I can say, because they were really having a patience in their mind that how to welcome all the delegates. We would like to call on stage the staff of Hyatt. Please welcome and have an honor. They are the persons who really helped us in getting this FAFAI 2019 a successful celebration, you can say. Thank you very much. Good tea, everything good. Mr. Pankaj, he's having the big appreciation, and I think that he should have a good clap. Come on. Thank you, guys. Now, again, we will like to honor our MC members, Mr. Ankit Agrawal. Mr. Ankit Agrawal, is he here? Mr. Madhusudan Chakrapani Rao. Mr. Madhusudan. Mr. Mohit Gulati. Mr. Mohit Gulati. Mr. Bhadresh Thakur. Mr. Bhadresh Thakur. Are you kidding me? Okay. Mr. Bharat Kumar Savajiyani. Mr. Bharat Kumar, Mr. Bhavesh Shah,
It's gonna give you everything. It's gonna give you me.
thank you, Bhavesh. I would like to invite Mr. Essa Khan. Mr. Essa Khan? Yeah, he's here. Welcome.
It's gonna give you everything. But you didn't want me. You didn't want me.
Thank you, Essa sir. Our Mr. Entertainment person is here, who is the most entertaining person in this industry, I think. Always is smiling, always cheering, and always motivating. Mr. Yogesh Dubey of Rakesh Sandal Industries. Welcome. Thank you, Dubey sir.
What's in the air was goodbye.
Our gold sponsors are also here, I think. Ashapura Aromas Private Limited. Can you please come and have the honor?
Lying awake in the dark, knowing by morning you'll leave. Was gonna give you everything. You didn't want me.
Thank you, Ashapura. Our another gold sponsor is SH Kelkar and Company Limited. I will request Mr. Shyam Prabhu to please come and have this honor. Thank you, Shyam bhai. Now, I would like to invite our silver sponsor, SNS Associates Private Limited, Mr. Amaya Prabhu. you, Maya. I would again like to announce the names of our gold sponsor who are missing. IFF, if they're here. Feminic. S. Kushalchan. Oh, you did it. Oh, okay, sorry. You did it. Vimal Life Sciences Private Limited. Okay. So again, I'll continue with the MC members. I would like to invite a beard and a mustache guy who might be very popular, I think. It's Mr. Gaurav Mittal. Mr. Ankit Agrawal. Thank you, Mr. Kamlesh Hinduja, can you please come on the stage? Mr. Kamlesh Hinduja? Okay. Mr. Madhusudan Modi, please come. Please come on the stage. Heaven on Thank you. Now I will like to call, okay, he's with me. Mr. Sachin Penkar. Come on. Thank you, Sachin. Mr. Bhadresh Thakkar is with us. I think can you please come on the stage? Mr. Bhadresh Thakkar. Mr. Rumit Shah. Mr. Shabd Mehta. Mr. Shabd Mehta is not here. Mr. Shashav Suvankar. I'm sorry, I'm not able to spell it correctly. Mr. Shashav. Is he here? Mr. Shashav? Mr. Vinay Kant Assar. Mr. Vinay Kant Assar. Again, Mr. Yogesh Dubey. Mr. Shabd Mehta is also here. Please, can you give a clap, please? Shabd Mehta. Thank you, sirs. I would like to call Miss Nivedita Assar. Miss Nivedita. She's not here. One of the best thing, like, I would like to thanks Orion Exhibitions, without whom this exhibition was not possible to be celebrated in the way that we are doing. Can we have a clap for Orion Exhibitions, please? Orion Exhibitions. लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट, अब सारे अवार्ड्स खत्म हो गए हैं. एक बंदा जिसको सबसे ज़्यादा रेस्पेक्ट देनी चाहिए, और आई थिंक नो, आई एम सॉरी, देयर वाज अनदर पेज. आई थिंक देयर आर सम अदर कमिटी मेंबर्स हु हैज टू बी, एमसी मेंबर्स हु हैज टू बी ऑनर्ड. मिस्टर जैमीन ठाकुर. मिस्टर जैमीन ठाकुर. Mr. S. Shailendra. Mr. S. Shailendra. Yeah, here is he. Mr. Bhavesh. Mr. Bhavesh. Mr. Ashish Junjunwala. Oh, Mr. Bhavesh is here. Mr. Bhavesh. Mr. Ashish Junjunwala. Mr. Sanjay Harlalka. Mr. Kamlesh Shah. Mr. Kamlesh Shah. Now I would like to invite our treasurer, Mr. Tarun Ravji. Mr. Rishabh Kothari, our Vice President. I would like to invite Mr. Hitesh Mehta. Our Chairman of Organizing Committee, Mr. Hitesh Mehta. Thank you, Hitesh bhai. अब मैं लास्ट में एक स्पेशल व्यक्ति को ऑनर करना चाहेंगे हम लोग, जिनके बिना ये सेमिनार पॉसिबल नहीं थी और जिनके लिए एक छोटी सी शायरी मैंने गूगल करके निकाली है इतनी जल्दी में। संघर्ष के मार्ग पर, हसमुख भाई, दैट्स फॉर यू। संघर्ष के मार्ग पर जो वीर चलता है वही इस संसार को बदलता है। जिसने अंधकार, मुसीबत और खुद से जंग जीती, सूर बनकर वही निकलता है। A big round of applause for our president, Hasmukh bhai.
Can we have all the committee members up on stage, please? We'll all honor Hasmukh bhai together. All the committee members.
Today what we have success in the event, the pioneer of the success is Mr. Murthy, Praveen, FAFAI staffs. If he doesn't endorse their efforts, it's a mistake on our part. On about this, Tarun Raoji, who has done wonder job, Sachin Pankar, wonder job, Jaideep Gandhi, Kamlesa, hard workers, and there are so many people. You doesn't have any idea, you know only I am a chairman. No. This is all people who have done hard efforts to success this. I may be possible I have done hotel works, food works, maybe entertainment, but so many other works Sachin has done online. Tarun Raoji, the brain behind all sponsorships is Tarun. So we cannot forget the Tarun's effort, the manner he has given the ideas to the associates. Then Jamin Thakur for the logistics, for speakers, Jamin Gandhi, Sachin online, on above Kamlesa, who controlling everybody's, not by controlling, but take out the works from everybody's. And last, not least, we cannot forget his service to the associations. Mr. Murthy, since last more than 40 years, So I don't think so anybody can, in this, at this moment, any halls, who works more than 40 years for this association. He's the only guy.
Mr. Murthy has attended 21 seminars and I think that we don't have any member who has attended 21 seminars, who is present in this 1500 delegates. He has given a lot of inputs and he used to work from 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock in the evening, reaching home at after 10:30. He used to leave office, home at 6 o'clock in the morning. He used to work on Sundays for last 2 months. I really salute him for that. Even the other FAFAI office staff used to work on Sundays for last 2-3 months.
Today the bags what we get as a sponsor from Hasmukh Bhai, the brain behind that is a Mr. Bhavesh Bhai. Bhavesh Bhai has taken a much more effort regarding to create a good bags, not by himself but through vendors. So we should appreciate Bhavesh also.
We want to thank each and every delegate for all the love, affection and support that you have showered on all of us the last 3 days and over the last 1 year since we began preparing for this seminar. Thank you very much.
trust me, I'm going to rock it all night for as long as I'm here with you guys. But I'm going to need you guys to be a little bit more vocal about this entire arrangement that we have between both of us tonight. And I'm going to do this इतनी प्यारे एक इबादत के गाने से हमने शुरुआत की है. FAFAI, you guys have done so wonderfully well, and that is the reason why you guys are all here under this one roof like a big family. मैं चाहता हूँ सब लोग जरा सा अपना हाथ खोल दें और मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे साथ ये बीट पे सब लोग तालियां बजाएंगे. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, you're going to introducing. I don't need any introducing right. Come on, everybody. Come on, come on. मुझे सबकी तालियां मिलेंगी. Hands up, everybody. Come on, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, go. यार यहाँ पे जरा सा कंजूसी कम कर सकते हैं सारे लोग. Hands up. अच्छा, आप कुछ नहीं बचेगा. I want to hear you sing this, okay? Damadam mast jalandhar. One second. Damadam. ये बार I'm trying to warm up you guys. Damadam. 1, 2, 3. Damadam mast jalandhar. Alida pehla number. Damadam mast jalandhar. Alida number. Oh lalu meri, lalu meri. Hey. अब तिलक इस देश का यारो I love you पीछे वाला can we do this all together ये देश है वीर जवानों का अलवेलों का मजदारों का इस देश का यारो और कोई जोर से आवाज आ सकती है आप आगे ही बैठ के कुछ आवाज नहीं बता रही हैं क्या हिम्मत है आपकी बहुत जोर वाली है ये देश है वीर जवानों का अलवेलों का मजदारों का इस देश का यारो I love you one more time people on my left hand side इस देश का यारो yeah let's do 1 2 3 इस देश का यारो Ajay, super energy everyone. 3 cheers for you guys. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Ajay, foreign delegates कितने आए हैं यहाँ पे by the way? Foreign delegates कितने आए हैं? I can't see. I can just see. You guys speak English, right? You guys speak English. A little. A little. Do you guys know Ed Sheeran? You know Ed Sheeran. You know Ed Sheeran. You know Ed Sheeran. You know. छाया है तेरा ही नशा I love you क्या बात है people who are sitting can we sing this together छाया है तेरा ही नशा 1 2 3 Can we all stand in a straight line, everyone? एक straight line में खड़े हो सकते हैं सारे लोग. सारे लोग straight line. One straight line, everybody. Can we have both of you here with us? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Have you here with us? Come on, come on. You need to lead us to the next track. Come on, stand here, right here, right here, right here. Okay? You're going to अपन साथ में करेंगे जो हम करेंगे. Next track के लिए हमने साथ में करना है. All right, play the track. Okay, everyone. You guys have to do this. Everybody, come on. Okay, this one. 1, 2, 3, take off. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for the gentleman I have on stage with me. The reason हम लोग आ भी पाए आपके यहाँ परफॉर्म करने के लिए, पर मुझे जरा ब्रीफिंग जब दी गई थी सर, तो मुझे बताया गया था कि ये बड़े रॉकस्टार ऑडियंस है यहाँ, तो सिर्फ डांस करने वाले हैं। ये आपने चेयर पे क्या लगा के बैठाया है, उनको ये बताइए मुझे आप।
जाने की बहुत जल्दी लगी।
घर पे जाने की बहुत जल्दी है, इसलिए खाना खा के रवाना हो रहे हैं। बाहर जाके पकड़ के जाना पड़ेगा। अच्छा, इतनी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी हमें, बट वो खाना खाते खाते उन्हें जरा डिस्टर्ब करना अच्छी बात नहीं रहेगी सर, है ना? नहीं, मैं तो चाह रहा हूँ, मैं तो देखो टेबल तक घूम घाम के आया हूँ, बट मेरी तो तीरथ यात्रा हो गई आज इस रात की, बट ये लोग अभी भी मंदिर से बाहर नहीं निकल रहे। लास्ट वाले सब आएंगे। आपके जान पहचान में कितने? डू यू वांट टू अनाउंस अ फ्यू नेम्स हु कैन जॉइन अस राइट नाउ? लोग जिनका नाम अनाउंस कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे आपके?
तरुण, योगेश जी, और दुबई वाले सब उनके फ्रेंड,
नहीं मेरी ढोली, चलो आज मेहनत थोड़ी ज़्यादा है, हमने मेहनत करेंगे, बट आपको मेरे साथ चलना होगा। लेट्स डू समथिंग। Hey! Mata Di to you guys right now. I can only say Jai Mata Di to you guys right now. What do you guys want to tell me? You guys want to dance, you guys want to sing, you guys want to go home. क्या plan क्या है ये बता दीजिए. Plan of you guys want to dance how? Inside you. You dance करना है तो सब साथ में आप करेगा तो you do this together. कितने लोग शर्म से जुड़ रहे हैं ये बताइए मुझे. यार मैं कुछ फीमेल्स के लिए 4-5 गाने कर दूं. All of them want to dance. और आपसे खगारी लोगों के लिए आपको भी आना चाहिए. तो हाथ पकड़ के सब किसी से पूछ जाए let's do. Let's I want to dedicate one song to all the females. Come on, let's do this. Come on. खड़े हो जाए. इतनी शर्म कहाँ से आती हो? Good evening, sir. Good evening. जरा मुझे एक बार कर देना. ओ भगत का रंग, जहाँ चकाचक. From Ahmedabad. उतारी रातियों की. थोड़ा बैठ के थोड़ी. But we need to be more participative. हम थोड़ा सा और करा. आप लोग के मैं चक्के अमृता बलिया दीवाना. चक्के अमृता दीवाना. एक बात बताओ, वो कॉलेज पे जितनी सारी लेडीज हैं, आई लव यू ऑल. मतलब इतनी मेहनत करके मैं आप लोगों को स्टेज तक लेके गया, किसकी वापस बैठने के लिए? Can we do this, sir? आपके लिए मैं एक गाना करूँगा. But can we all have you here on the floor with us? Come on, everyone. We can. There's someone who is. अगर मैं यहाँ आ गया ना तो ये सब निकल जाएंगे. But people at the bar, are you guys with us? कितना खाएगा वो? People at the bar, you guys with us? You guys with us? How long? 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes, everybody. Can we do? You guys want to go home or what? घर जाना है आप लोगों ने? शर्मा गई, डर गई. I am not here. इनको लेके जाना है. पर कैसे लेके जाना है? कैसे लेके जाओ? मैं इतना बार मैंने लेके जा सकता हूँ. But I can definitely try people. आप लोग मेरे साथ में लेने वाली हैं. नहीं लेने वाली हैं. आप लोग साथ में लेने वाली हैं. नहीं ले सकती. सोच रहा है. चलें? और आप लोग के लिए क्या किया जाए? रेड कार्पेट वेलकम. Can you have you all come on? Let's do this together. सर मैं आपको आपका गाना 2 मिनट में कर रहा हूँ. मैं कुछ करता हूँ. मेरे साथ में जाएगा. सबकमाल ईमानदारी से अपने अपने झटकों पे हाथ। David, you need to lead all of us, come here. You need to stand exactly like how I'm standing. That side. You need to put your hands here. And you, gentlemen, come on. You guys need to put your hands here. Yeah, come on. So when I say, Hoisa Jhatka, do this. Yeah, David. What's your name, buddy? Dennis. Okay, Dennis and David, both the D's here with us tonight, they're going to lead us. So when I sing, Hoisa Jhatka, yeah, super, we're going to do this. Come on, Jai. आप भी खड़े हो जाओ यार, साथ में कर लो हमारे साथ। और महिलाएं सारे साइड में हमारे साथ हैं, everyone let's do this together. अपने अपनी जगह पे। Okay, one more time. Don't cover David and Dennis, okay? वो लोग लीड कर रहे हैं, उनको cover ना करें। आप आगे आ जाओ, इधर, yeah, right here. ऐसा झटका, 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 झटका। ये तालियां बजा दो हमारे सुपरस्टार्स के लिए। And we do this together, okay? Okay, khul jaye. Okay. Oh, Are Ram Duhai. Jaise chandan bad One second. to sing Jaye Jaye
Jaye Jaye.
यार हमारे फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स हमारे इंडियन से बेटर हैं। देखो एक बार बोला है प्यार से कितना जोर से करें। डेनिस you need to sing as well. Just sing this one, okay? Jaye 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 एक बार जो जाए जमाने जमाने जीने के विचार ले बाकी है विचार ले जीने के विचार ले बाकी है विचार ले song. I will quickly, sir, मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या स्टेप करना है, सब फॉलो आपको करेंगे, okay? तिरछी निगाहें, no, you do it with me. Let them follow you, everyone. तिरछी निगाहें, दिल पे. ये बात, 1, 2, 3. हट तिरछी निगाहें. तिरछी निगाहें. सीटी बजाए कौन बजा रहा भाई ये सर आई लव यू सर क्या बात है एक बार माइक पे थोड़ा देता बके सीटी बजाए सीटी बजाए और टकरे दिखाए बीच सड़क में हराम मेरा खुदा और काटे इशारे और लड़की Okay, we have a drill for everybody. Let's just, ये गाने के लिए सब थोड़ा नजदीक आ सकते हैं. सबकी तालियां चाहिए मुझे, सबकी तालियां. सबकी तालियां everybody. You have to sing Ya Baba, right? मखतूल जिगर, रुक जाना है, रुक जाना. Everyone loudly, Ya Baba, alright? मखदूल जिगर, आदिल है नज़र, एक माँ है जबी, एक नूर नबी. 2, 1, 2, 3, yeah. मखदूल जिगर, आदिल है नज़र, एक माँ है जबी. उठाना पड़ेगा इसको है कभी गाना on the floor Guys, thank you so much for this lovely, lovely energy that finally you guys have come with us. We have only 10 minutes before we close the show tonight for all of you guys. And FAFAI ke sare jitne members hain, family members, I want to dedicate one song to the entire family. Let's do this song in the name of Dosti. Alright? Everybody, हमारे पास ज़्यादा समय नहीं है. Honestly, I will just quickly request you, everyone जितने भी मेरे साथ पीछे, can we all come on stage? Let's do a selfie together, a family selfie together. We need to pose this. Everybody on the stage with us for this last Dosti track. Everyone, आ जाओ, सारे लोग आ जाओ. Everybody, let's do this like a family. सारे लोग, आ जाओ, सारे ऊपर आ जाओ. In the name of friendship, everybody. FAFAI. आ जाओ, सारे आ जाओ. That's it. आ जाओ. You've just been taking videos. Can I take a video on behalf of you while you are there? Alright? Okay, 1 second. Can everybody hold each other's hands? Can everybody hold each other's hands and put your hands together, everybody? Like a family. Like a big, beautiful, happy FAFAI family. Everybody put your hands up. Put your hands up. Okay, listen to this one, okay? यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या कुछ नहीं किया यारों ने मेरे वास्ते क्या कुछ नहीं किया 100 बार शुक्रिया 100 बार शुक्रिया मिलियन बार शुक्रिया मिलियन बार शुक्रिया तुम जैसे दोस्तों का सहारा है दोस्तों तुम जैसे दोस्तों का सहारा है दोस्तों ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा दोस्तों ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा दोस्तों तुम जैसे दोस्तों का सहारा तुम जैसे दोस्तों का सहारा ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का हमारा दोस्तों मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे मुझे हाथ से उठा के मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे मुझे हाथ से उठा के तेरी यारी को मैंने तो खुदा याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा गुजारा हो तेरे जैसा यार ऐसा याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा गुजारा. Okay, now everyone has to sing for us. Did we do a good job? Did we do a good job? Can you all sing one line for me? Yeah, dosti. 1 second, everybody. Band, 1 second. Band, 1 second. Band, 1 second, band. Yeah. Louder. छोड़ के तुम गए मेरा साथ ना छोड़ के यारी है ईमान मेरा यार मेरी जिंदगी ओ यारी है ईमान मेरा यार मेरी जिंदगी प्यार के बंदों से ये प्यार के बंदों से ये सबसे बड़ी है बंदगी यारी है ईमान मेरा यार मेरी जिंदगी यारी है ईमान मेरा यार मेरी जिंदगी यारी है ईमान मेरा यार मेरी जिंदगी Alright, thank you everybody, good night. I want to say a thank you to everybody for all the cabinet musicians. Thank you so much guys. See you guys again. We love you all. Thank you so much everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, English Live, for having all of us here. I don't know if you guys have a chance to have an interview with the sir. English Live. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to give a bigger round of applause for this gentleman, everybody. Thoda hearty congratulations to him, everybody. And thank you so much. I promise he's the man to get behind if you guys need us to come back and perform for you ever in life. You need to just catch hold of this man. And I promise I'm going to sing as many songs you guys want us to sing, but right now, it's a wrap for us. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.